never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
My cue, right? Well, yeah, my favorite day of the week, Monday. as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone, wrapping up the weekend. Yeah, that was a quick one, wasn't it? All right, it's a regular old weekend. Yeah, they just fly right on by. Got a full work week ahead as we get it all started. Welcome in. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Secret Bunker, Southwest Ohio. 74 degrees outside the bunker at this hour. Yeah, more summer-like weather on the way for the coming week. Yeah, we'll break it all down for you. The north central states still going to be under the gun with potentially strong storms. The heat continues to build out west. The big heat dome that was over the central states last week has now shifted. Pretty much set it right over the Four Quarters region. So lots of triple-digit forecast for the southwest this coming week. Yeah, for our friends along the Gulf Coast, it's going to be kind of a soggy week. Not good beach weather along the Gulf Coast, anywhere from the Florida Panhandle all the way over into the southwestern corner of Texas. Round after round of tropical-fueled thunderstorms, downpours in the forecast for the southeast Gulf this week. The overall picture tonight as we get things started, not a bad night. Again, those north central states got some storms over southwestern North Dakota, northwestern South Dakota. Some of those, boy, in South Dakota, those are packing a punch. To pull up and see what kind of severe weather, probably dropping some large hail. I'm looking at just north of Spearfish, north and east of Spearfish in South Dakota. Do have a cluster of thunderstorms there in central portions of Nebraska, kind of sandwiched in between North Platte and Kearney, Nebraska. More shower activity back in eastern Colorado, nothing reaching severe limits. Overall, majority of the central states, eastern half of the country, is pretty much high and dry tonight. A few spotty showers over in western portions of Michigan. Get down in the southeast. Yeah, we can zoom in on some showers down toward Macon, Georgia. So between Macon and Atlanta, not quite reaching into the Atlanta metro area. But where shall we begin? Now, let's start with the dreary week along the Gulf Coast, as rounds of showers and thunderstorms will be targeting that region of the country. Now, while rounds of robust storms will increase the flooding concerns across the area and may even brew up some tropical troubles, they tell us, the pattern's also going to be fighting the ongoing drought conditions there, since back in the beginning of the month, daily rounds of showers and thunderstorms have occurred across a large swath of the southeast. But the coverage and the intensity have actually increased in recent days. There's a stalled-out front that's going to continue to bring some rounds of showers and thunderstorms across the southeastern states, stretching from the Carolinas to the central Gulf Coast. This week, thunderstorms are forecast to rumble to life almost on a daily basis across areas from Louisiana and Mississippi on eastward into Florida and the Carolinas, with plenty of moisture to work with in the lower and middle levels of the atmosphere. Some of these storms could become pretty robust in short order. Some of these will produce locally heavy downpours, which can lead to flooding concerns. It's unlikely thunderstorms will overspread the entire area of concern every day, but as the storms that do develop are forecast to be more scattered in nature rather than organized lines. In a pattern like this, some locations may be soaked by drenching thunderstorms, and just a few miles away, you could remain completely dry. Anyway, areas that receive the drenching rain in a very short window of time can quickly encounter flash flooding issues. So while flash flooding is a serious concern this week, any rain will be helping to ease the drought conditions that's in place across several southeastern and Gulf Coast states. Right now, they tell us like 84% of Louisiana is in some sort of abnormal dryness or drought conditions. The entire Louisiana coast is currently in the midst of a moderate drought. Further to the east, nearly 90% of Georgia and 95% of South Carolina and North Carolina are experiencing at least abnormal dryness or drought conditions there. So as the week progresses, thunderstorms continue to target the southeast. The heaviest of these storms is going to begin to hone in on a more confined portion of the Gulf Coast. That's where they're looking at potential tropical concerns. For a few weeks now, forecasters have been concerned about the potential for a homegrown tropical system to form about mid-July along the southeast and Gulf Coast. This threat has risen from the result of a constant barrage of storms that have marched through the plains and the Ohio Valley, pressing some cooler air southward. That's allowing cold fronts to march unusually far south for this time of year. You don't usually see those fronts all the way down to the Gulf Coast. Now, as these fronts kind of stall out along the coast and the northern Gulf of Mexico, that's where you look for the potential for slowly developing tropical systems if conditions allow. Right now, forecasters have kind of marked an area in the northern Gulf with a low chance of tropical development between Tuesday and Friday of this week. The Atlantic Basin has been relatively quiet since, we saw Tropical Storm Colin that quickly formed and dissipated during the 4th of July weekend. Either way, regardless of whether a tropical system is able to develop, impacts for communities in the Gulf Coast will be the same. The threat for flash flooding from persistent thunderstorms will be on the rise from the western Florida Panhandle to the swampland of southern Louisiana this week. There's a look at our Gulf Coast region. We'll take a look at the building heat out west. And then we'll take a look at our friends in the Northeast after a beautiful summer weekend. Forecasters say, get ready. It's summertime. The hot, steamy weather is going to return there to the Northeast, along with a rise in the sticky, uncomfortable conditions. You will see the opportunity for some showers and thunderstorms on the increase as well. You had a dry, seasonable end to the weekend in the Northeast. High pressure still in control. Come later today, Monday, forecasters tell us Mother Nature's going to kind of flip the comfort switch with strong low pressure to the north in Ontario, Canada. We'll see significant moisture being brought in to the Northeast out of the Southeast. So you're definitely going to notice that increased humidity from the Gulf of Mexico. In addition, the same area of high pressure keeping the Northeast comfortable over the weekend is going to push offshore. So you get the combination, the departure combined with the strong low pressure in Ontario allows a warmer, more humid mass of air to move into the Northeast. That's going to be quite noticeable quickly. Temperatures Monday expected to be in the 80s for a majority of the northeastern states. Portions of western New York and western Pennsylvania probably going to top out near 90. You add the humidity in, it'll feel 5 to 10 degrees above the actual air temperature. In other words, some places it may feel close to 100 later today. Looks like today, probably the hottest day of the week for places like Pittsburgh, Syracuse, New York, up into Burlington, Vermont. For the majority of the Northeast, Tuesday will be the most uncomfortable day of the week as the humidity levels will be very noticeable. Highs across a large swath of the region forecast to push into the 90s on Tuesday. High temperatures low to mid-90s from eastern Pennsylvania through much of New Jersey on up into parts of New York and southern New England. And with temperatures of this magnitude, a solid 5 to 10 degrees above normal for mid-July here. Now, weather-wise, climatologically, the mid-July is the hottest time of year in the Northeast. Yeah, residents in the region may be used to steamy summer heat. Yeah, conditions that exceed what is typical can quickly become dangerous. So if you're going to be working outdoors, take plenty of breaks. I think I saw a little breakdown where our friend Plowboy actually got hospitalized last week. According to the Post, he had a little heat stroke. Yeah, hot out there. That was the big heat dome in the central states last week. Who we got checking in out of the box here on a Monday? Sylvester, how about that? It's been a while since we've heard from you. Yeah, woohoo. Where actually it's winter time in the land down under. What's he saying? 58 degrees there right now. It's kind of a dreary, wintry day there. They don't get the bitterly cold temperatures there in Australia, but yeah, 58's kind of cool, but that's what they're dealing with. Welcome aboard, Sylvester. I guess we should say good Monday afternoon to you. Hello to Philly Dan. Talking about, I guess Trump had another rally Saturday. No one can draw in a crowd on a Saturday night like Donald Trump. Stay safe, drivers, and God bless the Rambler. There you go. Hello to Kevin, Morning Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Let's have a good, safe week. That sounds like a plan. There's Richard checking in from Central Florida with 75 degrees at this hour. Hello to Steve and all the listeners out there. So, yeah, with 74 outside the secret bunker, we've got temperature conditions here in southwest Ohio about like Central Florida tonight. Deborah's on board. Morning, Steve. Hope everyone had a great weekend. I had a nice one. Everybody be safe out there, especially my special driver who's rolling through Ohio tonight. Have a marvelous Monday. Hey, Brian is on board. Hello, Steve. There's Norman checking in from north central Kansas at the home 20 tonight. 84 degrees, kind of overcast skies. Looks like some storms up in Nebraska. Yes, indeed. Yeah, you're again seeing some of the lightning there. All right, let's see. Kevin on board. God bless you drivers out there. Got a fair, muggy night in northern Illinois. Steve, keep up the great work. We'll do our best. Hello to Miss Millie, Morning Steve, and all the crew. I loved President Trump's rally Saturday night. Everybody stay safe out there. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning Steve, 80 degrees in Carthage, Missouri. Watching Overnight Drive on my 72-inch Vizio. Special Show Me State shout-out to the Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Weiss compound tonight. I don't know if you get a chance to check in there, Lauren. I had shared a video that I came across over the weekend via my Facebook page, and I think it was in Texas. Not certain, but I guess it's at the auction house or whatever. An incredible long line of vehicles, the cattle ranchers, and the original post said, "Are the cattle ranchers dumping their stock? Is this due to the heat in Texas?" I just kind of said, I'm looking for an honest answer, but this. Got a vehicle with the dash cam going down the road, and it looks like nearly a mile on one side. Then you get up to the entrance, and the line extends the other direction. Just one cattle truck after another. I did get a response from Plowboy, and he's talking about they ain't got no rain, got lots of heat, and I guess having to get rid of their stock. So very interesting. Meanwhile, what else we got? Checking in there. Santa Claus on board, still hanging out in Nicaragua. Morning, Steve, from San Juan del Sur, Nicaragua. It's our last night here, but it's an 82-degree, very humid evening here tonight. On to the capital tomorrow, mañana. Santa Claus out. Yeah, I hope you've had a good time there, Santa Claus. Based on some of the pictures you've been sharing, looks like you've had fun. Hello to Tank. Morning, Steve. Happy Monday. Clear 85 here in Memphis tonight. Getting ready to head out to Dallas. Then hopefully on to Fontana. Freight is getting a little slow around here. Okay, that's not good, is it? Hello to JS. Morning, Steve. 92 degrees here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area this hour. Headed for a high today of 105, a real scorcher. Stay safe and stay hydrated, everybody. Let's see. Is that table scraps? Looks out. Morning, Steve. All good things come to an end. Even my Cancun vacation. Had an awesome 2 weeks off. Ready to crank out some miles once again. What's the word on the street with the Supreme Court? West Virginia versus the EPA. I'll have to check on that one. Not exactly sure. Norman said looking for 100 degrees today. They're in Kansas. There's Matthew, 92. Feels like 96 here in Dallas, Texas at this hour. You just made my Sunday night, Monday morning a bit more bearable. And there's C3K, morning from Peoria, Illinois, with 75 degrees at this hour. Welcome in, welcome aboard. Yeah, we'll get to your industry headlines. Walcott, a big week later this week. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, the world's largest truck stop. It's that time once again for the Walcott Truckers Jamboree. Oh, and yes, it's officially underway. It's that time of year once again. Law enforcement is out and about. Operation Safe Driver Week officially got underway this past day. We'll break that down for you. Latest numbers, prices at the pump. Apparently, the Energy Information Administration is finally back online. They've been off since back, June 13th. Had some sort of a technical issue, so finally, I guess it was late last week, got our first official information update as far as prices at the pump from the Energy Information Administration. We had been kind of relying on the Pro Miles report for the last several weeks. And I guess later today, typically if things are back online, we'll get updated numbers for a Monday. Trilby Lundberg does a bi-weekly report, and we got the latest numbers from Lundberg this past day as well. That and so much more as we get things off and rolling here on a new week. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, there's another one of our listening friends. Vacation over, right? Buckeye Boy had been checking in all last week from Florida. Yeah, a lot of fishing, swimming, good times with the grandkids. Back in Ackworth, Georgia tonight, though, where he says it's a very pleasant 75 degrees. But indeed had a great time fishing both at the south end of the 331 bridge with the granddaughters. Even though they only caught a very small ones, they thought it was great. Then our offshore trip went pretty good given the conditions. It was brutally hot. And we couldn't buy our live bait fish, because the bait boats were having trouble getting them because the bait wasn't coming into the shallow waters due to the temperature of the water. And it's too hard for them to use cast nets to catch them in deeper water. So we actually had to catch our own. Seas were a little rough, but I've been in worse. I've attached a picture of our catch, and you might notice one of the red snappers is only about half its true size due to a shark taking a big bite before we could get it to the boat. That, my friends, is what they call paying the tax man. Now, we had several that was taken off our lines by sharks and dolphins. We did catch about 4 25 to 40-pound amberjack and about 20 3 to 5-pound triggerfish, but had to throw them back because they weren't in season or not in their slot size. But I'll be catching the podcast tomorrow, and I'll be with you for a while tomorrow night on my way to Wisconsin. Yeah, it's back to the real world. You guys got the photograph there, all the fish that they were able to keep. And yeah, one a big chunk taken out of the one. Tasty little bite for a shark, right? Our number, 844-844-3388. Before we get to some of the industry headlines, looks like Lauren actually took the opportunity to drop us a line tonight, see what world champion bull hauler. What's going on, Lauren Weiss?
Morning, Steve. I'm just kind of sitting here relaxing in my living room watching the overnight drive on my big 72-inch Vizio.
I hear you. Yeah, so I guess you got my shout out. What did you see that video I posted, or do you know what's going on?
Yeah.
What's going on with the cattle?
Well, right now with the way the economic situation is with ranching and with the extreme heat that's out there, guys are going to start dumping their cattle a lot sooner than they normally would. I mean, you have the opposite when there's a lot of rain in certain areas that ship, and the grass is real good. They'll keep them longer, because they can put more weight on them and sell them for better money. So that's essentially what's happening right now is, where we live here, we had a lot of rain this spring, but it's just been drier than a bone. And I mean, we lived down here. We moved down here from Cheyenne in 2000, and this is the first year we've ever had to actually water our grass down here. I mean, it's so dry. And I think that's just what you're seeing is all these areas where the heat and the dryness is out there. And then economically right now, even if you were able to have good moisture and some good feed on your pasture, you'd still be looking at maybe dumping your cattle just because of the economic situation too. But the heat's adding to it quite a bit.
Now, I mean, as hot as it is down there, I know that, looking at these are all like, it's pickup trucks hauling. Some of them look like 10, 15, maybe some of them are 20-foot trailers. But I mean, the length of the line is incredible. I mean, how much time can those cattle be out in the back of those trailers without succumbing to the heat?
Well, that's another thing too. See, ours are, we we do a lot of loading. Like I haul hogs too, and we load a lot of hogs at night. But your cattle you can load early in the morning, and then you just keep air on them all day long, and they'll do all right. And then the evening it gets better. But I was kind of astounded to see that myself. I don't know how hot it is down there where they were taking that picture at, and how well they're going to hold up. I mean, I wouldn't think it'd be very long, because they can. We sat in a breakdown last year in Tennessee on I-40, and about 4 hours in the heat, and my cattle did okay, but they were starting to show a little bit of stress. So if we'd went longer than that, we'd have had to do something with them. But I don't know in that particular situation, but it was a little alarming to see that many sitting there like that if they had cattle on and it was real super hot.
That was one hell of a queue, I guess you'd call it a queue line. But so what's the deal with are the beef prices down? Is that why they're dumping them? Because some of the people were commenting that the cost of feeding them has gone through the roof.
Yeah, there's a big one of the things I did. I've been a lobbyist for the U.S. Cattlemen's Association, and I worked on a lot of transportation issues. But I learned a lot from being in on phone calls with the big 4 or 5 packing companies that are out there, and they manipulate a lot of the prices and push a lot of stuff down. But right now, those big packers, what they can do is they can manipulate the price, especially now, and really drive it down, so it'll force these guys to dump these a lot sooner, these producers, and they still go to feedlots, and those feedlots, a lot of them are, they're not technically owned by the packing houses, but you've got JBS, who's a big Brazilian slaughter plant, and they actually own feedlots, but they own them under the name of Five Rivers, so that's how they get around that. So you see what they're doing is then Five Rivers is able to get those cattle at a lot cheaper price than what the producer wanted to sell them for, and then they bring them in and they can afford to feed them up to weight and then run them through their facility and harvest them. So that's kind of what goes on there. But yeah, the price right now is way down on them as it is, and with the economics like it is, like I said, and then now it being super hot, and a lot of places too, you got to watch what you feed them. They had a whole bunch of cattle that were lost in Southwest Kansas, and they say it was heat related, but there's so much of this stuff that, you get into situations like this and they'll start feeding them a little bit different, feed supplements to get them up to weight a lot quicker. And that can put a lot of stress on the system of the animal they're feeding also when they do that.
I remember that video a few weeks ago. That's when that turned out to be a couple thousand. Some of the initial reports said it was like 10,000 cattle that had died, and they were blaming it on the heat. But you say some of the feed may have had something to do with it?
Well, I think what it is when you're putting that kind of feed on them, and you're growing them up a lot quicker, it kind of weakens their immune system. And if you don't get into a big heat situation, it's not a big deal, But when you get into a big heat situation, it's like any one of us is taking certain medications, and they tell you not to be out in the heat when you're taking certain medications. And that's what I think went on with it, and they just don't want to say anything about it. I don't know, though. I'm just speculating, but I know that there's stuff that, like, they used to feed them this stuff called Zilmax. It would bring them up to weight in about 3 weeks versus what it normally takes. And it was really bad for the cattle because it would make their hooves too big and make them real mean to try to haul them. And drivers were getting hurt because you get in your trailer to unload those things, and they'd be attacking you and stomping you on there. And so they took them off that Zilmax, and they just add something else to it when they want to grow them quick like that. And what they're using now, I don't know, but that Zilmax would weaken their immune system, and when they got in too much heat, it would affect them. So that's what I think it could have been, was what they were putting in the feed that kind of just stressed the cattle out.
Okay.
When it got too hot, they couldn't handle it.
Yeah. Well, very interesting. Well, I appreciate you taking the time out to ring us up here and chime in this morning. Hope you had a good weekend.
Yeah, I'm off for tomorrow and Tuesday, so I'm sitting here having a few Sam Adams for everybody out there on the road that's listening to Overnight Drive.
All right, somebody gets to enjoy, right? Well, enjoy your time off there, and Thanks for listening in, and we'll chat again.
Yes, sir, Steve. Talk to you later.
Have a great night. All right, speaking of the prices, I got a story here where a major food distributor is accusing the big four beef packers of fixing prices and manipulating the markets to the detriment of the ranchers. And of course, we, the consumers, we're all familiar with Sysco, right? Sysco, Texas-based company that distributes food to restaurants, hotels, and other facilities, has filed a lawsuit alleging violation of the antitrust laws. Again, they call it the Big Four: Cargill, JBS, Tyson, and National Beef. I'll give you the rest of that report coming up here as we're underway on a Monday. Our number, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A record number of illegal immigrants are crossing the southern border into Texas. 42 suspected terrorists have been caught by Border Patrol agents, as well as fentanyl smuggled by cartels. Appearing on Sunday Morning Futures, Texas Governor Greg Abbott gives his opinion on what he describes as the illegal immigrant invasion.
You're going to have more than 6 million people coming across the border a year. To put this in context, the largest city in the state of Texas is Houston. We will have about one Houston coming across the border in Texas every year.
Highland Park is holding a vigil for the victims of the July 4th mass shooting. Over 100 people gathered at Immaculate Conception Church in the Chicago suburb for a morning service. The gunman is being held without bond on 7 counts of first-degree murder. USA Radio News.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur with words from another happy payroll customer.
Patriot Software has saved our business by allowing me to focus on other aspects of the business rather than spending so much time on multiple platforms to do the things entailed on running a business. I found Patriot by complete accident, and I don't regret it. It is continuing to save our company, and I'm extremely excited to see what else it entails.
Easy to learn, easy to use, small business software tailored just for you.
Visit us at patriotsoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's patriotsoftware.com.
With patriotsoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed, underway. So we've got clear lines here on a Monday. At 844-844-3388. So, yeah, Cisco, back to Cisco. Alleging the big four beef packers fixing prices and manipulating the markets. The complaint claims the beef packers have colluded since at least 2015 to reduce their purchases of cattle, thereby driving down livestock prices, while at the same time increasing meat prices. The plaintiff has asked for a jury trial and will seek an injunction against the alleged anti-competitive behavior, as well as unspecified financial damages. The principal but not exclusive means defendants have used to effectuate their conspiracy is a scheme to artificially constrain the supply of beef entering the domestic supply chain, according to the complaint. Defendants' collusive restrictions of the beef supply has had the intended effect of artificially inflating beef prices. Now, the case was filed in a Texas federal court and is set to proceed before a judge in Houston, they tell us. According to the lawsuit, a former quality assurance officer at a JBS facility has confirmed the existence of a conspiracy among the beef packers, which is corroborated by statistics that show the industry-wide slaughter and capacity reductions. These four meat packers collectively generate about 80% of the U.S. beef supply and control an even higher proportion of the domestic cattle market, as well as the associated supply and distribution chain. Again, according to the complaint, by exploiting their market power, the companies have created surpluses in the cattle market and shortages in the wholesale beef market, artificially raising their profit margins higher than they can achieve under competitive conditions. United by their conspiracy, operating defendants were confident that none of them would break ranks and disproportionately expand their beef production to satisfy the unmet demand, again, according to the complaint. Armed with this assurance, operating defendants improved their meat margins by achieving and sustaining an unprecedented gap between cattle and beef prices. Production was decreased in relative lockstep in their domestic facilities despite ample cattle available, and even though the demand for beef was surging. Operating defendants did not do the things that true competitors would do in a competitive market. They did not attempt to capture each other's market share or lower prices as their cost declined. Now, representatives of Cargill, JBS, Tyson, and National Cattle, none of them responding to requests for comment as of press time. Last year, a federal judge in Minnesota refused to dismiss a similar price-fixing lawsuit originally filed against the beef packers back in 2020. That was filed by groups representing ranchers, food companies, and consumers. The judge in this case previously dismissed the case without prejudice, allowing the complaint to be refiled because the plaintiffs haven't plausibly alleged direct evidence of a conspiracy. Ultimately, they amended their lawsuit to actually include testimony from two confidential witnesses who claim the beef packers purposely reduced slaughter in order to depress the cattle prices. One of those witnesses is also cited in this new lawsuit filed by Cisco. Now, last September, the judge determined this testimony represented sufficiently detailed direct evidence to proceed with the antitrust litigation and rejected the defendant's request to dismiss the case. Yeah, I don't know. So the plot kind of thickens. Is that a contributing factor? I mean, we know inflation is in fact impacting everything, but really it does seem like the meat prices, where you're talking 17% increases over a year's time in some cases. All right, let's see the average price at the pump. Let's start with the Lundberg numbers. Again, this is a bi-weekly survey, every other. The average price for a regular grade gasoline dropping 19 cents over the past 2 weeks, which would bring the national average, again for gasoline, not diesel, to $4.86 per gallon. Trilby Lundberg of the Lundberg survey announcing this past day that the continued decline as crude costs are falling as well. Assuming oil prices don't shoot up from here, motorists may see an additional 10 to 20 cents as the oil price cuts continue making their way to the street level. Average price at the pump is now down 24 cents per gallon over the past month, but still $1.66 higher than it was 1 year ago. Nationwide, the highest average price for regular grade gases in California, the San Francisco Bay Area at $6.14 per gallon. Lowest average price is Baton Rouge, Louisiana at $4.19 per gallon. Well, nearly $2 per gallon difference, literally, from San Francisco to Baton Rouge. That's incredible. According to the survey, the average price of diesel dropped 13 cents since June the 24th. Diesel national average at $5.76 per gallon, according to the latest numbers. All right, it is 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hello to Double Trucker checking in this morning. Says howdy. Hit a deer on Friday. Looks like 63 degrees in Lodi. Are ready to head back to Western New York. Vacation is 1 week away. Let's go, Brandon. There you go. Hello to High Tech. He shared a link to his talking dog. You know that we're talking dog? Hey, High Tech, I'm assuming you're listening in there. Actually had a listener to the program inquiring Friday morning if you're still in the business of the miniature pinchers. And I said, I'm pretty sure you are. And apparently he had adopted one from you. I don't know how many years ago, but he was just curious about maybe getting another. So, yeah, go back. I mentioned that. I don't think I can go back to the stream chat from Friday. I said I'll try to hook you up, but either way, so somebody was inquiring about that. Maybe you can put a link or whatever if you're still doing that on the stream chat. I think High Tech's on Facebook, actually. Hello to Buster Brown this morning. Great week of service to the U.S. from Hot Shot Secrets and Brother Steve. Thank you. Be interesting to see how busy Amazon's 48-hour sale, which I think that's Tuesday and Wednesday of this week. What do they call it? The Amazon days, you know, the kind of like your Christmas in July sale. It's supposed to be a big deal every year. I did see a report kind of alluding that it's probably not going to be as big this year. People are starting to watch their spending a whole lot more closely. A lot of what Amazon pushes on these Amazon days is things that make you do, what do they call it? You call it impulse buying. You see something and say, wow, what a great deal. Yeah, I'll buy it. You don't really need it. It's an impulse buy kind of thing. But traditionally, people spend millions and millions during that 48-hour sale. Another story said, yeah, really be wary. A lot of things that they're going to be offering for sale this week will be prices that probably will actually be lower later this year. The change of the seasons, and especially things like toys. They say, the toys, you find the best deals when you get down to like the Black Friday sales there towards Thanksgiving. So, we shall see. Hello to one Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours in radio. Thank you much, Crazy Ray. Robert is on board this Monday morning. Let's see. I got an email from Scott who said, I was listening to Cunningham earlier. And he was talking about the Biden administration has said they want to reduce cattle, pigs, and chicken herds by 50% by the year 2030. I mean, that's just 7-8 years away. Any truth to that? Now, honestly, I haven't heard about the Biden administration doing that, but indeed, I think it was the UK that just announced last week something similar to that. It's all part of their so-called climate change agenda. Now, on the flip side of that coin, it's almost like all of a sudden where the rubber meets the road, a kind of a reality check out of Europe. Here it is. Yeah, just like we have been pushing, full speed, full steam ahead to get away from fossil fuels, right? We're seeing that in part with our prices at the pump. No incentive for the oil biz to invest more in fracking and oil drilling here. They've been doing the same thing elsewhere, including throughout the European Union. And all of a sudden, it's like a reality check. Maybe we've gone too far, too fast. And they're finding themselves nearly in crisis mode with the inability to generate power via the likes of natural gas. The European Union Parliament just announced late last week a decision that's actually sending shockwaves through the climate change narrative, the fraudulent climate change narrative. Some are saying it's going to put it in self-destruct mode. The EU Parliament backs labeling gas and nuclear investment as green investment. Whoa! According to the Reuters headline, the European Parliament on Wednesday backed EU rules labeling investments in gas and nuclear power plants as climate friendly. The fraudulent junk science narrative of climate change, which of course has caused Western nations, including here in the United States, to dismantle much of the fossil fuel infrastructure over the last 20 years, suddenly European nations are panicking to try to rebuild their energy infrastructure. But since they've officially blocked most funding for non-green energy projects, the only way to get funds to rebuild fossil fuel infrastructure is to declare fossil fuels to be green. Never forget that the green movement is all part of this globalist depopulation agenda to starve billions while collapsing economies around the world. How about that? Suddenly, gas and nuclear are actually green investments, at least for the European Union. All right, clear lines, wide open on a Monday at 844-844-3388. Let's see, are you seeing any additional enforcement out there as Operation Safe Driver Week officially kicks off this past day? The Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance is underway. Here's what you need to know. It started yesterday, the 10th, and will continue all week through the 16th throughout the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. During this week-long operation, law enforcement agencies monitoring both passenger and commercial vehicle drivers for unsafe behaviors, things like distracted driving, following too closely, improper lane change, obviously impaired driving. This year's focus, they tell us, of Operation Safe Driver Week is speeding. Speeding was also the focus of last year's Operation Safe Driver Week. I think we mentioned it last week that earlier this month, the Department of Transportation's National Highway Traffic Safety Administration released their latest annual traffic crash report, showing 38,824 lives were lost in traffic crashes in 2020. Highest numbers since 2007. While the number of crashes and traffic injuries declined, overall fatal crashes were up by nearly 7%. One of the key findings, they said, was speed-related fatalities increased by 17%. Kind of interesting because, those numbers were from the year 2020. When you reflect back, right? The whole pandemic started late 2019, early 2020. Suddenly there were millions of people working from home. The highways saw much lesser amounts of traffic. But the one thing we noticed was people were literally putting the hammer down. Speeding. Law enforcement saw an incredible uptick in drivers going in excess of 100 miles per hour, even in some of the big cities during the morning rush, which would normally be bumper-to-bumper traffic. Lanes were pretty much clear, and people were taking advantage of that. I think it was the whole pandemic related, even though a much lesser amount of travel, the speeds increased, so that's why you saw the fatalities up by 17% in 2020. All right, so what are we looking at? During last year's Operation Safe Driver Week, 28,148 commercial vehicles, 17,910 passenger vehicles were pulled over during that week. More than 10,000 warnings, nearly 17,000 citations were issued. Again, Operation Safe Driver Week a year ago. And as we look ahead, we're in the month of July. Hey, just mark it on your calendar. Brake Safety Week is slated for August the 21st through the 27th this year. Again, during that campaign, commercial motor vehicle inspections, brake system inspections on large trucks and buses throughout North America. One safety blitz after another. All right, we close out hour number one and clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A record number of illegal immigrants are crossing the southern border into Texas. 42 suspected terrorists have been caught by Border Patrol agents, as well as fentanyl smuggled by cartels. Appearing on Sunday Morning Futures, Texas Governor Greg Abbott gives his opinion on what he describes as the illegal immigrant invasion.
You're going to have more than 6 million people coming across the border a year. To put this in context, the largest city in the state of Texas is Houston. We will have about one Houston coming across the border in Texas every year.
Highland Park is holding a vigil for the victims of the July 4th mass shooting. Over 100 people gathered at Immaculate Conception Church in the Chicago suburb for a morning service. The gunman is being held without bond on 7 counts of first-degree murder. USA Radio News.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur with words from another happy payroll customer.
Patriot Software has saved our business by allowing me to focus on other aspects of the business rather than spending so much time on multiple platforms to do the things entailed on running a business. I found Patriot by complete accident, and I don't regret it. It is continuing to save our company, and I'm extremely excited to see what else it entails.
Easy to learn, easy to use. Small business software tailored just for you.
Visit us at patriotsoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's patriotsoftware.com.
With patriotsoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Gas prices have fallen 19 cents over the last couple of weeks and 24 cents over the last month to a new national average of $4.86 per gallon. Oil industry analyst Troby Lundberg, the publisher of the Lundberg survey, says that crude oil prices are the biggest factor in determining price points and explains how much further she thinks prices could fall.
We don't know what crude oil prices will do, but if they stabilize from here at least a little while, I think we're going to see another 10 to 20 cent drop in the price of gasoline.
The wildfire in Yosemite National Park has grown to nearly 1,600 acres. Firefighters saying the wildfire is 0% contained and has grown more to the south. Over 500 sequoias are threatened by the wildfire, including a 3,000-year-old tree called the grizzly giant. National Park Service crews doing the best they can to wrap the trees in fire-resistant foil to protect them. USA Radio News.
Suspense.
The shadow knows.
Mystery in the air. Starring Peter Lorre.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night.
The greatest radio shows of all time, Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox, on this radio station or at our webpage, classicradio.stream. That's classicradio.stream. Or search your favorite podcast app.
The FBI is looking into a potential threat against the Texas Synagogue. In a statement, the FBI is saying they are working to determine the credibility of the threat and are sharing information with law enforcement and the Jewish community. The CEO and national director of the Anti-Defamation League said an unidentified Texas synagogue was a target of threats that became more specific and credible within the last day. A woman in the Lone Star State is contesting a ticket.
A Texas woman is fighting a ticket after sheriff's deputies say she was driving in the HOV2 lane by herself. Brandy Batone, talking to television station KXAS, says she was stopped at a checkpoint on the Central Expressway near I-635.
He starts peeking around. He's like, "Is it just you?" And I said, "No, there's two of us." And he's like, "Well, where's the other person?" And I went, "Right here."
Batone was 34 weeks pregnant at the time of the incident, but the deputy says that doesn't count.
And I said, "Well, not trying to throw a political mix here, but with everything going on, this counts as a baby."
She got a $275 ticket. Her court date is on July 20th, about the same time as her due date. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
The Powerball jackpot is continuing to grow. Lottery officials say no one picked all 6 numbers in Saturday night's drawing. That means Monday night's jackpot in the multi-state lottery is going to be worth $56 million. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Back on a Monday. Close out the weekend as we work our way into the 11th day of July. Time zone to time zone, respectively. Who else we got checking in? All right. Yeah, High Tech's on board. We'll get you in a second here. You did share the link there, and I guess it was actually Spider-Man that was asking about that. Yeah, now, Ed, a.k.a. Spider-Man. Spider-Man's on YouTube, so we can't see the link. LittleTruckerKennel.com, Spider-Man. He said, I hope to hear from High Tech. We've got 100 degrees here in Palm Springs, California. Hello to John. Good morning, everyone. The GM parts train back at it again. Delivery at noon, Spring Hill, Tennessee. Got 74 degrees. Partly moony outside. Yes. It's about 3/4 of a moon, I'd say. Moon shining bright outside the secret bunker at this hour. Matter of fact, here in a couple nights, the first full moon of astronomical summer and the second supermoon of the year will be one of the biggest and brightest of the year. Summertime in full swing here in North America. The mild nights drawing more people outside. With a bit of luck, maybe a glimpse of a shooting star. But just before the middle of July, the attention will shift to the moon as a popular astronomical event takes center stage as the sun sets this Wednesday, July 13. The supermoon will rise, shining brighter than any other full moons throughout the year. Again, this will be the first full moon of astronomical summer, which started on June the 21st. Now, the term supermoon it's more than just a nickname. As the moon orbits the Earth, there are periods during which it's closer to the Earth and times when it's further away. When a full moon coincides with the time the moon is close to the Earth, that's what they call a supermoon that appears slightly bigger and brighter than normal. They only happen 3 or 4 times a year, and they always appear consecutively, according to NASA. This month's lunar spectacle, the second edition of the supermoon trilogy for 2022. We had the first supermoon back in June. The third and final of this year will be coming up next month in August. After this summer, a supermoon will not shine again until September of 2024. Of course, in addition to being a supermoon, July's full moon has a handful of nicknames. Some of them having to do with the summer weather due to the thunderstorms that rumble across North America in July. The full moon this month, sometimes referred to as the thunder moon. According to the Old Farmer's Almanac, another handful of nicknames: the buck moon, the hay moon, the berry moon, the halfway summer moon. But the super thunder moon will rise in the eastern sky right about sunset Wednesday evening. And it will not be alone. Saturn will be rising in the same area shortly after or before midnight, local time. That'll appear just to the left of the moon. Night owls can also spot Jupiter and Mars in the eastern sky. They don't rise till a bit later in the morning, by about like 2 a.m. All right, there you go. So our number, 844-844-3388. Yes, on a quiet Monday morning. Well, you say, High Tech. Yeah, you say it sounds like I'm lonely here. Yeah, a little low. Mondays are slow, brother.
Yeah, well, I turned on the TV there, and you looked like you just sitting there like a little lonely orphan child, lonely and neglected there, so I figured I'd just call in. But, yeah, are you talking about that super moon? And that reminds me, I have an old picture on my hard drive that I remember your wife took of a super duper moon. I mean, it was the most gigantic moon ever. and it was sticking out of your refrigerator.
I recall that. Yes.
I'll have to go on my old hard drive and see if I can find that Super Duper Moon.
Yeah. My. Yep. Memories.
Yeah, but anyway, it's littletruckerkennel.com, because that's, if you remember, the little trucker was actually in your studio there electronically. He never really came in, but I believe one of your producers or salesperson or something, when I did that Photoshop there, they thought I really had that dog in the studio.
They did. They thought I had a damn dog in the studio. That's correct.
Well, it couldn't have been no worse than some of the drivers that were in there, barbecuing, setting up live barbecues in there, and setting off fire alarms and everything else. Of course, you probably don't remember that.
Oh, I remember well. Yes, absolutely. How could you forget?
No more drivers were ever allowed in the studio after that. But, so the little trucker is what the whole kennel was named after. So you just got to remember him, and you'll know Little Trucker Kennel. But, you're talking about the space thing, too. The 12th, they're going to release the pictures from the James Webb Space Telescope.
Yes, I saw that, yeah. So, I mean, they're talking about the clearest images ever, and I guess it's the sheer number of galaxies that can be clearly seen.
I want to see $10 billion worth of sharpness. That's what that stupid thing costs, so it better be sharp. And, for the drivers out there, Starlink, the FCC has granted permission for Starlink to be used on mobile platforms, so it won't be long that you should probably be able to buy a satellite internet for your truck. They've got units right now that you can use mobile, but it's kind of like in the old days when we first had truck drivers would get the satellite dish, those dishes, and we'd clamp them on the side of our trucks so we could watch TV. It's kind of like that right now, but it shouldn't be a year or two. They'll have the ones you can get high-speed internet while you're driving down the road, and at that time, XM Sirius and all like them will be throwing a fit, because there won't be no need for XM Sirius if you can get broadband internet driving down the road, because then you can get everything.
As far as like music, you mean you can just download your music, whatever you want to listen to?
You can Spotify, you've heard of them, haven't you?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can get that. You can, turn the audio onto your show on Facebook while you're driving down the road. It's just pure internet. So you get, it's like, I'm trying to remember, it's almost 100 megabit download, and like 20 megabit upload, but you can watch HD movies. If you're driving with a co-driver, somebody could be in the back watching high definition movies off of Amazon pay-per-view while you're driving down the road. So they already got it. Alaska Airlines got a contract with it, so they'll be the first ones. But it's a little expensive now, but just like everything else, as it builds up within I think right now it's don't give me a line, but I think it's about $149 a month for a mobile. It's either $149 or $129. But that price will eventually come down. But if there's a driver out there that likes to do gaming and stuff like that, the ping time is short enough on that Starlink where you can actually do competitive gaming, or your co-driver could be in the back doing competitive gaming while you're driving down the road.
Well, not while you're driving down the road, but
well, not you, but
the
your
co-driver.
The other
Okay,
driver.
all right, yeah, there you go. The
other person, the sleeper, your wife or whatever.
Okay.
Or your boyfriend.
Well, I shared a story a week or two ago where I guess Elon Musk is kind of suing something to do with the broadband, where this bandwidth that, who was it that was was it the Dish Network? Something like that.
I'm thinking it was one of them. It was one of those satellite providers. See, what they were going to do 5G, and that's 12 gigahertz frequency range. And they want to do 5 gigahertz down here, but the satellite uses 5 gigahertz. And they were complaining that Starlink would be unusable here in the United States.
Like 75% of the time.
Yeah, they would just be broadcasting from everywhere. You know, it's basically they would be trying to jam it with their local signals. But anyway, Elon won that one. And let's see, what else was there? Oh, I noticed earlier you was talking about gas prices. I think of getting closer to election, we're going to see it go down to like $3.99 a gallon. So everybody's going to be going, woo! Oh, Biden's got them prices coming down now. And they won't really worry about diesel fuel because, you know, nobody uses diesel fuel for nothing, just farmers and truck drivers delivering stuff to the store. So, you know, that who cares about that, right?
Yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah, we don't, what do you need diesel fuel for? You know, everybody's just going to pay attention to that gasoline. Anyway, other than that, that's about all the technology news I got for you right now. I mean, I try to keep up with it a little bit, but everything's been kind of slow.
But you got some miniature pinchers available right now, or no?
Well, I've got 3 pregnant girls right now.
Oh boy!
I don't know if you got the audio on that dog that. One of my little pregnant girls, she was watching the television about the abortion controversy, and she asked me a question, and so I put it on the video there. You know, so she says she wanted to ask all the women out there if there's any women listening. My little dog wants to know. She said she's pregnant and she would never think about killing her puppies, and she just wondered why. The human women are so mad at their children that they would kill their babies.
That's interesting.
Yeah, well, I mean, a dog wouldn't kill their... And no other animal in the animal kingdom will go out of their way to kill their own babies, you know. But humans will. So undoubtedly, we hate our children. But I got other theories on that, and it's kind of like, well, I might get you in trouble talking about homosexuals, so I better not.
Yeah, it's just...
Because they think they can sue their way into heaven. You know, it's like, we're mad. Anyway, they call it Christian zealots, and they hate God so much that they're going to sue you if you don't adopt their ways. It's like, whatever happened to... You mind your own business, and I'll mind my business, and I won't force my will on you, and you don't force your will on me. I thought that was a happy medium, but apparently that don't work anymore.
Those days are gone. Yes.
Yeah. You can't just mind your own business and don't force your stuff on me. But now it's we gotta have it. We gotta have it in the school.
How about I heard on the news update there at the bottom of the hour, they had the woman that was in the high occupancy vehicle lane. Now, she was 34 weeks pregnant, so she was literally, just almost ready to give birth, trying to say that, yeah, there's 2 people in the car because I'm 34 weeks pregnant. The other child is in my uterus here.
Well, that should work, technically. I mean, I was thinking about that governor of... what was it, Virginia? He was the governor. He's not anymore. The one that wanted to do even up to and even after birth abortion.
After birth, yes.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking, who's going to be the first criminal being charged with murder that's going to use it and say, no, that wasn't murder. I was just performing an post-birth abortion. So when you get mad at somebody, you shoot them. You say, that's not murder, that was an abortion. So it's legal.
That would be...
That sounds like some left-wing thinking to me.
That's sure. Well, but that's almost literally their line of thinking.
Yeah, well, it's not murder anymore. But, you know, I was told many times growing up as a teenager, and I know women can do this, because I don't know if you as a teenager, if you ever got smacked and told no, but I was told no many times, and that stopped the pregnancy right there. All they had to do was say no. I don't know if you ever experienced that, but I was experienced that. So I guess they just can't say no anymore. It's like, oh, and the accidental pregnancy where the guy accidentally just fell in there, just tripped, fell in there. I said, oh, you're pregnant. So it's just accidental.
You can't make this stuff up. All right. Well, High Tech, thanks for helping out this Monday morning. And
all right, I'm sure I stirred somebody up out there.
We'll try to get you hooked up with Spider-Man. His real name's Ed, but he said he adopted one from you years ago. So.
Oh, that must have been. Well, it couldn't have been. I don't know how many years ago, because, well, I've sold many, but I've just now started selling more. In other words, now I've got a regular kennel.
Right.
So.
Right.
Anyway, littletruckerkennel.com, y'all.
There you go. All right, AKA High Tech. Yeah, like I said, they shared that story. Yeah, in economics, they say it's called the law of unintended consequences. An event ultimately produces an outcome, sometimes negative, that was not expected. Now, coming up, we'll delve into just one such potential in the trucking industry, which all the discussion about AB5 there in California. But that's the case here with the mother, 34 weeks pregnant, into her pregnancy. Yeah, heading south on U.S. Highway 75 in Texas. I was driving to pick up my son, she said, and I knew I couldn't be a minute late, so I took the high occupancy vehicle lane. And as I exited the HUV, there was a checkpoint at the end of the exit. I was pulled over. An officer peeks inside and says, "Is there anybody else in the car?" And I said, "Well, yeah." He said, "Where?" And I pointed to my stomach. He said, "My baby girl's right here. She is a person." He said, "Oh, no. It's got to be two people outside the body." One officer kind of brushed me off when I mentioned, "Hey, this is a living child. I mean, look at everything going on with Roe versus Wade. I don't know why you're not seeing that." And the officer's like, "I don't want to deal with this, ma'am. It means two persons outside the body." He waved me on to the next cop, who gave me a citation, and he said, "If you fight it, it'll most likely get dropped." Which, again, I could see in this, technically speaking, there's two humans there, right? They still gave me the ticket, $215, I guess, to cause inconvenience. And it had my blood boiling, she said. "How could this be fair? According to the new law, this is a life. I know it may fall on deaf ears, but as a woman, I was shocked." All right, this was a Dallas County Sheriff's Department operation. They said it's not technically a checkpoint because not every driver is stopped. The only vehicles that are stopped are ones where officers can visually see traveling with only one occupant in the vehicle. And, of course, the HOV lanes require two passengers. All right, so I don't know. I'm thinking probably will end up being dropped, I would think. And with that, let's see, rolling toward news break. Bottom of the hour. Clear lines on a Monday at 844-844-3388. Hello to Pappy this morning. Nothing like rearranging the daughter's bedroom at 11 o'clock at night. All right, so there you go. Hello to Nathan this morning. Norman, of course, checking in. Norman says come October, he's kind of wagering that diesel prices, unlike High Tech was saying, they'll still be high. He says, I'm thinking the prices are going to drop exponentially. I'm thinking $2 a gallon, right? All right, we'll see. Hello to Tony. Morning, Steve, checking in from Hamilton. Let's see. Just a wish. He says Trump, Musk, 2024. No, that's not going to happen. Did you hear what Trump referred to Musk as over the weekend? I told him, I think, referred to him as something like a BSer. You know what I mean? It's something in regards to the whole Twitter buy that's been kind of on the rocks as of late. I guess Elon Musk torpedoed the deal to purchase Twitter late last week. Now they're looking at litigation that's going to be ongoing probably for months, if not years. All right, Matthew, checking in. Steve, I think Cisco has a winning case here. If Tyson and Ned said there were a shortage in butchers and not a shortage in meat, I mean, it would be more believable. But cutting the price on cattle to the cattle farmer, that's just wrong. And James finally says, latest poll number has Biden at 29% now. Matter of fact, I've actually got a story here where even in the White House, the staff in the White House really getting concerned about Biden's health. They're alluding to the fact that you notice how he's more like shuffling his feet now. It's all part of the cognitive decline of an Alzheimer's patient. We've seen it before. You lose the ability coordination-wise, and they kind of start shuffling their feet. They're saying every time he walks across, they're concerned he's going to trip over a wire. We'll pull that up for you here. All right, clear lines. What's going on this Monday? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A record number of illegal immigrants are crossing the southern border into Texas. 42 suspected terrorists have been caught by Border Patrol agents, as well as fentanyl smuggled by cartels. Appearing on Sunday Morning Futures, Texas Governor Greg Abbott gives his opinion on what he describes as the illegal immigrant invasion.
You're going to have more than 6 million people coming across the border a year. To put this in context, the largest city in the state of Texas is Houston. We will have about one Houston coming across the border in Texas every year.
Highland Park is holding a vigil for the victims of the July 4th mass shooting. Over 100 people gathered at Immaculate Conception Church in the Chicago suburb for a morning service. The gunman is being held without bond on 7 counts of first-degree murder. USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. you'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment, available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, more on our traveler's weather as we get the new week started here. We had an active start to the North American monsoon that helped keep temperatures relatively in check in the Southwest recently. The chance of thunderstorms decreasing with each passing day. Temperatures up and away. Much of the monsoon moisture has been focused over Colorado, New Mexico, southeast Utah as of late. Further to the west, many areas have very little, if any, rainfall. While the ground is dry, the sun's energy isn't needed to evaporate moisture, so instead the ground is quickly heated, and that's why you see those warmer temperatures as that heat dome shifts to the west early this week. Temperatures with it will be on the rise. One example of a city that's going to continue under the dome of heat will be Las Vegas. Last time Las Vegas had measurable rain was March the 28th, when a whopping 1/10 of an inch of rain fell. Sin City, actually in the midst of the second driest start to the year ever, as far as the records go back. According to the National Weather Service, this extended period of dryness, the mercury rises. We're looking at a forecast of 113 degrees for this afternoon, Monday. Just shy of record territory. Probably going to see similar numbers on Tuesday and Wednesday of this week, according to the forecast. So if you're going to be visiting some of the outdoor destinations there out west, like Zion National Park, Arches National Park in Utah, avoid hiking in the afternoon when the temperatures are going to be near their peak, they tell us. Phoenix has received just over 1/4 of an inch of rain. That was in late June, thanks to some of the monsoon thunderstorms. No measurable rainfall since then. The ground is pretty much dry. Looking at temperatures in excess of 110 that started on Friday. Probably going to see that all this week. Highest predicted temperature is 114 degrees today, which would be about 7 degrees above average for Phoenix. Temperature may be just a degree or two lower in some areas thanks to the Cool Pavement Program. The Cool Pavement Program, which tries to reduce the intensity of the urban heat island effect. All right, so probably not going to see records in Phoenix this week. The heat's going to peak a bit later in Salt Lake City as the heat dome begins to build northward later this week. Going back Friday and Saturday, Salt Lake City did reach over 100 degrees for the second and third times this month. With the moisture all being suppressed, the chance of thunderstorms relatively low outside of New Mexico. Greatest risk of any thunderstorms is going to be on the edge of the heat dome, much like we saw last week over the north central states and over toward the Great Lakes region. Matter of fact, speaking of the risk of wildfires, sounds like the sequoias are being threatened right now. A big wildfire in Yellowstone, they tell us. Give you more on that coming up here in a bit. Meanwhile, this is right up your alley. I mean, we haven't talked much about it on this program, but I think we're going to have to address it. The Supreme Court refusing to take up AB 5 there in California. Now, somebody maybe can give me an update. They said at the time that within a matter of days, this could force some 70,000 independent truck owner-operators off the roads in the state of California as AB 5 kicks in addition to the direct impact on California's 70,000 owner-operaters who they said would have 7 days to cease their long-standing independent businesses. The impact of taking tens of thousands of trucks off the road. What kind of an impact, what kind of repercussions do you think we're going to see on the already fragile supply chain? Now, the new law passed and signed by Democrats essentially outlaws independent contractors from operating transport trucks in the state of California when it goes into effect, which I believe it did late last week, correct? After the Supreme Court refused to intervene. California is poised to be hit with what they're calling a truckpocalypse. A truckpocalypse shutdown of transportation capacity. While some transportation companies maintain full-time employees to operate long-haul rigs, many, of course, as we know, are owner-operators who own their own trucks, who pick up contract jobs from the hundreds of shipping and transport companies that operate in California. Of course, they pay their own taxes, they buy their own health insurance, they cover their own fuel costs. California Democrats, however, think that independent freedom for truckers should be criminalized. They want all drivers to be union workers. You know, the organizations that Democrats routinely use for their money laundering operations. You know, the Democrats make promises, they vow to award public money to the unions. Of course, the unions agree then to kick back money, campaign donations to the Democrats. That's essentially money laundering. So they've outlawed independent contractors in the trucking industry. Now, supposedly, as I said, that new law went into effect last week, which is expected to cause widespread log jams, cost increases, and delays to transportation all over the country. I mean, you think food prices are bad now? Say hello to accelerated food inflation. FreightWaves.com first reported the implications will be nothing short of catastrophic for transportation infrastructure both in and out of California. Mark Schrapp, the CEO of the Harbor Trucking Associations, that represents the drayage companies, he issued a brief but rather harsh statement in response to the High Court's decision. He says, quote, "It's extremely unfortunate that this court could not see through their own political agenda to identify the obvious preemption that exists under the F4A. This ruling will have far-reaching impacts that will upend the industry as we know it. Tens of thousands of truck drivers will be driven out of established business relationships within a week's time. No doubt this will further stress the supply chain," he says. Of course, as we know, not only do transport trucks carry food, consumer goods in and out of California, they routinely distribute ocean freight containers from the ports to the inland destinations. The containers move from the ships to the trucks. Those trucks then take them to the retail distribution hubs or domestic manufacturer for offloading under California's new AB5 law. The logistics challenge of receiving goods carried by road is going to become a nightmare. Adding to this the fact that Union Pacific Railroad is already slashing their number of rail cars that they carry for existing customers like CF Industries, the fertilizer manufacturer, which means railroads have no excess capacity to pick up the slack that will come from the trucking industry. America's logistics infrastructure is crumbling. And of course, with the diesel engine oil that we've been talking about in recent weeks, the engine oil additives that are in short supply right now, and some are saying could run out, and another saying about 7 weeks. There's a huge question that looms over America right now. How will the food, the coal, the spare parts, and the consumer goods get delivered anywhere? If the truckers are blocked from California's highway and diesel engine oil is running out and railroads are slashing their cars, and diesel fuel itself is running out in some areas, the scenario for the second half of this year not looking all that rosy at this point in time. Are you seeing the impact yet? That's my question out there for some of the drivers out west. Because, again, that was supposed to kick in late this past week. Have more on AB5, and we've got wide open lines, a very quiet Monday morning. Hey, great morning for a first-time caller. Jump on in. We'll get you a $60 discount. Free merchandise, actually, from HotShotSecret.com. Yeah, our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So according to the report from Landline, spoke to one of their members about 22 years ago, the Harwells began leasing their truck to Jacksonville, Florida-based Landstar. The business model's been successful enough that they've continued to operate that way for more than 2 decades now. That all may be changing thanks to the new California law. They may have to change the way they do business. First, they break into the whole Supreme Court announcing June 30th. They will not take up the California Trucking Association's petition for a hearing on AB 5. That ends the preliminary injunction that prevented the state from enforcing the worker classification law on motor carriers that's been in place for the last 2 years now. Once the district court receives the order from the Ninth Circuit, that injunction is terminated. On July the 8th, California Trucking Association said they were expecting that to happen any day. So I'm not sure if it did occur on Friday, because Friday would have been the 8th. Will it kick in today? Barbara Viet Harwell said she and her husband, Dave, have been waiting to hear back from Landstar so they can weigh all their options. Preliminarily, there have been discussions about maybe getting their authority or relocating to another state. We are not fans of either of those choices, they say. Now, she said the least on option worked best for them. They don't want to move at this stage in their lives. Landstar, she explains, doesn't tell us what to do or where to go, but we don't have to worry about getting paid for our freight. This works for us. If not, why would we have been with them for so long? 22 years. If we felt like we were being taken advantage of, we wouldn't have been with them for 22 years. At this point, California's offered very little or no guidance as far as how this law is going to be enforced. Not clear how exactly the courts are going to interpret the law. Some carriers have already changed their business model in California. When AB 5 was originally passed, going back in time, I recall we shared this. New Prime, for instance, told Landline in January of 2020 that they had stopped associating with new independent contractors from California, and they were looking at offering other opportunities, including relocation to existing contractors. Are we going to see a mass exodus of trucks out of the state of California? OOIDA criticizing California for not providing current independent contractors with some sort of a roadmap. How are you supposed to navigate this new law? With AB 5 now set to go into effect, thousands of owner-operators driving in the state face an uncertain future. And California's given no guidance to the owner-operators how they can work as independent contractors under this new scheme. And the truckers are pretty much going to be at the mercy of the courts to interpret how the law is going to be applied. Now, for truck drivers who have invested their blood, sweat, and treasure to create their own businesses, it's rather dismaying that the lawmakers and the courts are forging ahead with this crazy policy that dismisses a beneficial business model that's been in place for decades. And at the same time, we know this is not going to be the last word on the legality of AB 5. Probably going to see future challenges to the law. Of course, you've got the California Trucking Association and OOIDA. We will continue to pursue legal options. First, they say the spotlight moves back to the district court to see if they'll revive the California Trucking Association's claim that AB 5 violates the Commerce Clause of the Constitution. The Commerce Clause protects the right to engage in interstate commerce free of undue burdens and discrimination by state governments. And that's exactly what they're saying this does. AB 5 creates unnecessary burdens for motor carriers, according to the California Trucking Association. In addition to the courts, the California Trucking Association is lobbying the state legislature to reverse course regarding AB 5 when it comes to the trucking industry. All right, with that, it is clear on a Monday, 844-844-3388. Did not touch on it last week, but I think one of our listening friends chimed in on the stream chat. He said, hey, did you hear about those, the guide stones in Georgia coming down? All right, first of all, someone, vandals or maybe someone with conspiratorial thoughts, detonate a rather large explosive device which did so much damage to the guide stones that they were essentially, everything was taken down. They were deemed unstable by the state. Well, there was apparently some sort of a time capsule buried beneath the guide stones. And late last week, the Elbert County Historical Society, along with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, exhumed and opened that time capsule. They said, now that the guide stones have been destroyed, we felt it was appropriate to open the time capsule buried at the base of the monument. We hoped the contents of that time capsule might help shed some light on who actually built this monument. Unfortunately, the time capsule, which was buried early in 1980, didn't do a whole lot to answer questions about the origins of the guide stones. Time capsule had 4 items in it. A single 8-track tape. Yes, an 8-track tape of Saturday Night Fever. The soundtrack for Saturday Night Fever. A Peterbilt emblem, a.k.a. like a Peterbilt truck. There was an October 1979 edition of Playboy magazine, which was signed by Burt Reynolds, who was actually on the cover of that magazine, and a bag that contained, they say, 1,734 Quaalude pills. Do what? What is the meaning? That's try to put the pieces of that puzzle together. Saturday Night Fever, Peterbilt, Playboy magazine, signed by Burt Reynolds, and a bag of Quaaludes. Charles Smith says, we really don't know what to make of this assemblage of items. It'll take weeks to determine some sort of common thread that runs through these items, he says. But as far as the Quaalude pills, he said the current street value of 1,500 Quaaludes would be in the range of $2 million. And that's according to a senior agent with the FBI. Now, I'm thinking they've been in the ground for 40 years. I don't know. Do they not lose potency or become, I don't know. The sheriff's office said after testing, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation plans to release the 1,000 pills back to the sheriff's office where they will be destroyed, they say. Any ideas? The public, they say, is being encouraged to submit any theories regarding the time capsule, what was in the time capsule, to the Elbert County Historical Society in Elberton, Georgia. Now, that was a story from Northeast Georgia Online this past Thursday. Saturday Night Fever, a Peterbilt emblem. Playboy magazine, October 1979. Is there significance to the Burt Reynolds autograph on there? And 1,734, kind of a oddball number, Quaalude pills. There you go. All right, we close it out for hour number 2. Got a long way to go. Could use your help because we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. How was your weekend? Jump on in the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Senate Democrats are in negotiations looking to bring back a slimmed-down version of President Biden's Build Back Better agenda, with a focus on prescription drug pricing, tax hikes on the wealthy, and climate spending. Wyoming Republican Senator John Barrasso tells Fox News Sunday he thinks President Biden is out of step with the needs of Americans.
You want enough money to be able to fill your tank with gas. You want enough money that you can buy a week's worth of groceries, and you want to have enough money to pay the bills at the end of the month. But Joe Biden's not going there. He's going to higher taxes, more government spending, and attacking American energy.
A wildfire in Yosemite National Park has burned nearly 1,600 acres and remains 0% contained as crews continue to battle the fire. USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, Gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $50 at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $50 for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
President Biden is defending his upcoming trip to Saudi Arabia. In an op-ed published in the Washington Post, Biden saying the United States has to engage directly with Saudi Arabia to stay strong and secure. The president set to begin a Middle East trip Wednesday, which will include stops in Israel and the West Bank. An NHL team is being applauded for a recent hire.
The New Jersey Devils have named the first female assistant general manager, making Kate Madigan the sixth woman to hold the title in the NHL. Madigan has called the promotion an exciting opportunity.
It's special. I'm thankful to be a part of it. I'm thankful for it to continue to grow. I think in the past we've seen one-offs here and there. The momentum's going to keep growing. Yeah. So I'm just very happy to be a part of this group and to continue to change the landscape of all sports.
For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is opening its 37th probe into a Tesla crash after a deadly car accident. A California couple died Wednesday when the Tesla they were driving on a Florida interstate exited for an unknown reason. The car then rear-ended an 18-wheeler in a Walmart parking lot, killing the 66-year-old female driver and 67-year-old male passenger. Arizona Republican Governor Doug Ducey is continuing to support police.
Arizona Republican Governor Doug Ducey has signed off on a law that restricts how the public can record police officers. The law makes it a misdemeanor to knowingly record officers 8 feet or closer without the officer's permission. David Lloyd is with the First Amendment Center. He spoke with News Nation.
That is a content-based restriction on speech. It specifically targets video recording of law enforcement activity. It does not say you may not approach within 8 feet for any purpose. It says you may not approach within 8 feet for the purpose of making a video record.
For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
A Marvel superhero is a new box office star in North America. Thor: Love and Thunder earned $143 million in its opening weekend at theaters in the United States and Canada. This is the third biggest opening of the year behind Doctor Strange and the Multi-Universe of Madness and Jurassic World Domination. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
the updated schedule later this week. Coming up the 15th and 16th, every Friday and Saturday. Kyle heads out to the racetrack, Roxborough, North Carolina. Roxborough Motorsports Park for the DNR Auto No Prep Series. So that's this Friday, Saturday. Following weekend, it's on over to Chapel Hill, Tennessee for the NTPA tractor pools, the Lions Super Pool of the South. Should be a big one there. Again, Chapel Hill, Tennessee. Kyle will be there, both of those events, with the vendor booth. So on location, you get a chance to stop by. Obviously, Hot Shot Secret products available. Pick you up some swag. Hot Shot Secret Motorsports, t-shirts, hats, you name it, all the good stuff. And a couple of promos going on, retail promos this week. See, you'll find the Diesel Extreme in the 1-quart bottles on sale now at Tractor Supply locations. Save $2 per quart now through August the 21st. And right now, save now at the Love's Travel Centers. When you purchase 2 Stiction Eliminators, that's the 2 quarts, you get $20 on your My Love's Rewards. That's good also through the end of August. So Love's Travel Centers around the country. Meanwhile, our number, 844-3388. Sundance Kid, hey there.
Hey, what's going on, Steve?
Yeah, just a quiet Monday. How was your weekend?
It was good, short, 34 hours and 2 minutes. Back out here again.
Boom, right back at it.
Yeah. Oh, I love my job. It ain't no biggie. Hey, all right, so I think Jerry Reed might have put them guidestones out there.
Jerry Reed? Why do you think that?
Well, the Peterbilt, he drove a Peterbilt, right, in that movie, Smokey and the Bandit.
Okay, so Burt Reynolds, Smokey and the Bandit, Peterbilt.
Yeah, and he owned the TA right there in south side of Atlanta back in about that time, in the late 70s, early 80s. He bought that TA. He couldn't make no money at it, so anyway. But I want to talk about Landstar. And do you know the story behind Landstar?
I can't.
How they got started?
Yeah, I can't say that I do, no.
Oh, okay, I'm going to give everybody a little history lesson on what Landstar's about. Back in the 70s, truck drivers were making about the same money as lawyers and doctors. All right? But they had gone to school for 8 years, and they considered truck drivers
unskilled labor.
Stupid. Right. And they couldn't figure out how they were doing this. So what they did, the lawyers and the doctors that own Landstar got together and started brokering and stealing the truck drivers' money off the bat. And I worked for them for about 2 months. It made no sense to me why anybody would want to work for that company. One, because they destroyed the industry. And two, they were taking 33% off the top. And 33% of not enough to begin with is too much. So the way it was supposed to be when they deregulated was after the truck driver paid himself, paid his expenses, his maintenance and everything, then he would give the brokers 30% or 20% of what he profited. So if he made $500, he would send them $100. That ain't the way they've got it set up now. And these lawyers and doctors that own Landstar have ripped the American truck driver off for 40 plus years. And that's the story behind Landstar. So I feel no sympathy for anybody that worked for them or had to deal with them, because that's who they work for, the people that took their paycheck to begin with.
I've known a few
And
people
then
that worked for Landstar, and I mean, I always heard that Landstar gets a lot of FEMA loads, and they made it sound like they made damn good money.
Well, okay. Well, what they do is they put all the loads on the board. You're supposed to compete with each other, but okay. So my example, when I left, I was in Tampa, Florida, and the only load that I saw posted close to me was in Jacksonville. I passed the Landstar driver. He was going the other way on I-4. I said, "Where you headed?" He said, "Tampa." He was going to pick up a load that was in Tampa. And I said, "Where'd you come from?" He goes, "Jacksonville." Well, this made absolutely no sense for us to both drive 3 hours plus to go to Deadhead to get loads when we could have just picked up the loads where we were at and made more per mile. So it was, it's not about trying to help the truck driver. And if they don't post everything, you can't compete. And those loads that you're talking about, those are a select few people get those opportunities. They probably don't even post those loads on the board at Landstar. So that's my experience with them. I don't know if anybody else had that experience.
Yeah, and I can't rebut because I have no idea, quite honestly.
I mean, well, yeah, right. Well, I mean, they talk about what they make, but I mean, good money to some people is not good money to other people. And after it was all said and done, I was averaging about $1 a mile, and that was in the late 90s. And it just, it sounds good, but if their rates were so low, and then but see, and after I paid expenses, I ended up making like 30 cents a mile. Now, they, on the other hand, for that same load, were making about 70 cents a mile with no cost, except for their Taj Mahal they've got down there in Jacksonville, or just south of Jacksonville. That big ass corporate building they got.
Mm-hmm.
Probably cost about $10 million to build. But yeah, I mean, why? That's the problem. We've got the brokerage thing is turned around. They're getting the money off the top. We should, if we want to fix this industry, what we need to do is, after I pay myself what I want to make, and after I pay my truck payment and everything, if I make $500 off that road, I'll send them $100. I bet you them rates would come up, because they would want us to make more money, but that's not the way they did it. So, that way, see, they're making more off the loads than the truck driver. And they've got thousands of trucks running for them. So, you're not going to get ahead in that game.
I mean, isn't that kind of like the broker model as a whole anyway? Isn't that, I mean, when you look at the likes...
Right. But the broker model, when it was deregulated, it was supposed to be, after the truck driver made his money, they got a percentage of that money. They're taking it off the top. Yeah, that's the way they've got it set up, and, we're going along with it. But they're taking it off the top. So say load pays $1,500, well, they get $500 off the top. Now you get $1,000. They made $500 off the load. You get $1,000, and after fuel, truck, maintenance, and insurance and everything, guess what? You paid $100. Well, that's not the way it's supposed to be. And that's why we have a supply chain issue. That's why nobody wants to come out here and do this job. I wouldn't do it for that. And I would do it the other way around, and that's the way it should be. But that's why the rates is, but they were used to keep the rates low, and that's the way, until we take control back. And because that's the only way this is going to get fixed out.
All right. Well, hey, I appreciate you checking in, Sundance Kids, and we'll mark you down for one vote for Jerry Reed, putting up the guide stones. That's I don't really get. I mean, there's some sort of a big conspiracy behind these guide stones. People have been trying for years to figure out what do they actually mean. I'm looking at here from the report from Forbes the other day. Since the 1980s, they have puzzled tourists and locals. Erected by an anonymous individual about 100 miles east of Atlanta. Some refer to them as America's Stonehenge. 4 large stones around a center stone topped with a capstone. But the mysterious inscriptions on the monument in a number of different languages as well. Half dozen, something like that, different languages that seem to speak to the conversation of humanity, what they actually meant. I don't, has anyone actually ever figured it out? It is unlikely that the mysteries will ever be revealed now, as the monument was destroyed by that explosive device. Footage released by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation showed the detonation reduced one side of the stones and part of the capstone. And it was like 4 o'clock on a Wednesday morning. They did get a surveillance video of a vehicle leaving the area shortly thereafter. But again, they were deemed, I guess, structurally unsound. You couldn't have people out there looking at them because they could collapse at any time. And so they opted to bring them down. Had to be demolished. Investigators have not released any kind of suspect description or possible motive. But according to the Associated Press, they're asking for public assistance in who was behind it. Prior vandalism to the monument had led to the county installing cameras at the site that were able to capture footage of a silver sedan fleeing the scene. But these things have been a subject of controversy since being put up in 1979 by who? An anonymous individual only known as R.C. Christian. Wyatt Martin, who assisted this individual, R.C. Christian, with installing the monument, claims to be the only individual to know the true identity of who this R.C. Christian is. And he says he will never divulge the secret. But standing 19 feet high outside the small city of Elberton, the stones have served as kind of an astrological calendar. There's a hole in the center stone, well, there was, that allowed the midday sun to shine through on that day's respective date. And the mysterious message to humanity, written in eight modern and 4 dead languages. So a dozen languages. The granite stones espouse, these were the 10 inscriptions, obviously in the English language. Maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. So kind of like a global population control kind of thing. 500 million. Okay, good luck with that. Number 2, guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity. Unite humanity with a living new language. Number 4, rule passion, faith, tradition, and all things with tempered reason. Number 5, protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts. Let all nations rule internally, resolving external disputes in a world court. Number 7, avoid petty laws and useless officials. Number 8, balance personal rights with social duties. Number 9, prize truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with the infinite. And lastly, number 10, be not a cancer on the earth. Leave room for nature. Leave room for nature. What's all that mean? It was the first two rules that led some to imply that they were endorsing the likes of eugenics or genocide, aka population control, backlash of that kind, and that the stones were built for, some say it was cult or devil worship. Right after the monuments were unveiled, and it's kind of only increased over the years, especially with the advent of the internet. A big conspiracy theorist linking it to the Illuminati. I don't know. All kind of so they're kind of leaning towards someone who felt like this was all about a new world order kind of thing. Decided to bring them down, blow them up. But they're gone. But then, of course, now we got trying to figure out the pieces of the puzzle. What a weird combination. Soundtrack to Saturday Night Fever. Peterbilt logo. Burt Reynolds autographed Playboy magazine. And a bunch of Quaaludes. Yeah, our number is 844-844-3388. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back on a Monday. Yeah, I love Mondays. Or not. It's 844-844-3388. Let's jump back over here. Hello to Barbara this morning. With you for a while. I like the show. Sometimes play the tape from the night before. Love hearing the conversations, the wonderful people working all night long to bring us our necessities. So yeah, big thank you to the truck drivers, obviously. Norman talking about the time capsule there. Ludes. That was an 80s thing, right? Yes, it was. Chevy guy. All right, so I guess he's at the home 20. Got a VA appointment today. So he's at the home 20, copy in the mail. Yeah, we know the monkey gougers at the Marina Del Rey. He's doing some fishing. Talked to him Friday morning. Justin chimed in, he said, hey, the Smokey and the Bandits, that semi was a 74 Kenworth, not a Peterbilt. Let's see. Smokey and the Bandit. First movie was a Kenworth, and a latter movie, I guess, was a second, was a GMC General. I don't remember a Pete being in the Smokey and the Bandit thing. All right, good to have you with us, Sylvester, there in the land down under. And back to the phones we go. Scarecrow checking in this morning. Just trying to lend a helping hand.
Big Scarecrow, man. Yeah, Steve, you're enjoying Monday because it's one tick closer to Friday. With the drop of a hat, Friday show is going to be up and running, and maybe be looking for a little assistance all over again. Now it's kind of a slow weekend, slow week for all of us here. Human nature, we tend to forget more than we remember until something jostles that memory. That poor girl down there in Texas, got caught in the express lane there. It kind of reminded me of driving back in my early days, the whole learning curve and such. I'd run through Chicago eastbound, heading for Indiana, and I see this, sign said express lane, and then the other sign said, local lane. And well, I'm not going local. I'm going through. So I find myself over in the express lane, and just to make it all kinds of time. And I'm looking over to the right. How can it be all these trucks are lined up, sitting, going nowhere real fast, And I guess is probably nothing ever more came of it. I exited the express lane and got my trip underway and continued on. But after putting two and two together, I come to realize, maybe I just had to thank my lucky stars on that one. But I sure did enjoy making that good time like that. We had a pretty good weekend. I actually broke the bike out for the first real ride that we've got in for the year. I don't know, it just seemed like the spare time, free time just isn't there like it used to be. It makes no sense. We all had this vision when the kids are out of the house and you have no more, those school activities and sporting events and such, you're going to have all this free time, right? Well, it hasn't worked out yet in our world. And the retirement years aren't that far away now. So, but yeah, we got some scooter time in, and we managed to find ourselves a little county fair going on, a little free fair. They had a horse feather type tractor pull going on, so we kind of killed a little time there and refreshed, rehydrated, and all. And the afternoon went on, and pretty soon evening comes, early evening, and get a little something to eat. Now, mind you, it's just the guys out. The girls, they stayed home. And I was reminded I should be bringing something home for the bride to dine on. So it was probably about 6 o'clock, 5:30, 6 o'clock. We finished up our snacks, and I had a sandwich made up for her, and tossed it in the saddlebag, and away we went. And, well, all roads don't lead to home directly. So, we wound up at an acquaintance's birthday party or such in his home shop, and of course that led to a hold my beer, watch this.
Oh no,
a moment or two. I mean, those tires on that bike, they're seeing so little mileage that we felt, we better at least get some use out of them before they hit the expiration date. So there was a fair amount of rubber left on this guy's shop floor and whatnot, but just making our mark, I guess. So regardless, that sandwich is probably in that saddlebag for, I don't know, 5 to 6 hours. And when I proudly carried it into the house, I could have really used the get out of jail card about that time, Steve. Yeah, it wasn't well received, and I guess things kind of smoothed over as the day went yesterday and all. But you know, and that's something even at my age I haven't learned. Haven't learned the lesson that there's always repercussions for your actions and such. But so either way, that came to pass. Now, Steve, I think I'm gonna help you out with a get out of jail card here now. Thinking back on Friday's program, somebody had called or was sharing about their wedding anniversary.
Right.
And if I remember right, I think you responded with, well, I think mine is like 38 or 39. Does that sound about right?
That's I think that's exactly what I said. I believe it'll be 39th this year.
See, now this is where I'm really gonna put a feather in your hat there, pal. Now, the girls they really enjoy it when you do remember an anniversary to begin with. But if you can show the princess that you know exactly which anniversary it is that you're going to be celebrating this year, well, that's that feather in your hat there that she's just going to be in awe that you would remember, the year, much less just the date and such. So yeah, you maybe want to do a little bit more research on that exact year of the blessed event there.
August 13, and I'm pretty sure it was 1983. That's what I always forget. Was it 83 or 84? But I think it was 83. So that would be 39 because 2023 would be the big 4-0.
Yeah. See, I have it easy this year because I remember last year was our 40th, so I can just start, counting on fingers or toes again for a little while. But yeah, it'll be a real point builder if you give her the card with the exact number of years of wedding bliss there. Yeah, other than that, I hadn't heard from Heat Wave yet. Don't know if he may be working days again this week or not, but yeah, otherwise I'm just kind of a little numb on anything new, newsworthy and whatnot. I don't truly have anything, for you and all, but appreciate the program nonetheless. I gotta believe that it'll be picking up after a little bit here.
There you go.
That's what I got for the moment.
Thank you very much, Scarecrow. Have a great day. And yeah, we got clear lines again at 844-844-3388. News break time here on a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A record number of illegal immigrants are crossing the southern border into Texas. 42 suspected terrorists have been caught by Border Patrol agents, as well as fentanyl smuggled by cartels. Appearing on Sunday Morning Futures, Texas Governor Greg Abbott gives his opinion on what he describes as the illegal immigrant invasion.
You're going to have more than 6 million people coming across the border a year. To put this in context, the largest city in the state of Texas is Houston. We will have about one Houston coming across the border in Texas every year.
Highland Park is holding a vigil for the victims of the July 4th mass shooting. Over 100 people gathered at Immaculate Conception Church in the Chicago suburb for a morning service. The gunman is being held without bond on 7 counts of first-degree murder. USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, the question often comes up about commercial vehicle drivers. You say, where the hell did that guy get a license? How did they actually get a license? They don't have a clue what they're doing, right? Well, in many cases, they shouldn't have the license. And this is an example of just such a scenario. A former Texas Department of Public Safety worker has been sentenced to prison for his role in a fraudulent commercial driver's license scheme. 68-year-old Alonzo Blackman, sentenced to 24 months in prison last week. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Western District of Texas, he was also ordered to pay a $215,000 monetary judgment. February of 2020, he pleaded guilty to one count of conspiracy to commit mail and honest services fraud. According to authorities, from January of 2017 till June of 2019, Blackman oversaw the issuance of CDLs for the Texas DPS. During that time, investigators say that he did not administer the CDL skills test, but passed applicants as if they had successfully completed the test, ultimately issuing 215 fraudulent CDLs, for which he was paid approximately $1,000 per CDL. A news release on the sentencing reads, bribes were paid to Blackman by two co-defendants, Fernando Vasquez of San Antone and Marino Mare Diaz-Leon, a Cuban national living in San Antone, for those 215 fraudulent CDLs. Of those, 197 went to Cuban nationals, 11 went to U.S. citizens, and 1 to a Dominican Republic national, 1 to an Ethiopian national, 1 to an Iraqi national, 1 to a Puerto Rican, and 1 to Ukrainian, and 2 to Mexican nationals. Co-defendant Diaz-Leon was also sentenced to 12 months and 1 day in prison. Vasquez is scheduled to be sentenced on August the 10th of this year. Now, going back to May of this year, he also pleaded guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to commit mail fraud and honest services fraud. This case represents an appalling breach of public trust, according to the U.S. Attorney. Our office will continue to work with the FBI and other law enforcement partners to hold corrupt officials and those who conspire with them accountable for their criminal actions. Meanwhile, I guess they've had to go back, and if they're able to backtrack and recall the CDLs of those 215 who shouldn't technically be out there driving a truck. That may explain some of that. Can't help but wonder, it probably happens more than we might think. And our number, 844-844-3388. Morning, Philip.
Morning, bud. How you doing?
Well, it's Monday. It's a slow go. How was your weekend, though?
My weekend was great. I actually took the weekend off me and the wife's anniversary was Saturday, so I took off the weekend so we could spend some time together with the kids and everything. We had a good time. You were talking about the driver's license thing in Texas. You know, Steve, that happened back in the 90s in Illinois. They had a accident in the 90s up by Milwaukee where a family got killed, and that spurred a whole investigation in the driver's license department in the state of Illinois, and they were finding out that guys were getting their licenses for like $600.
That
that they would pay under the table.
That ultimately led all the way up to the then governor's office, if memory serves. That was the whole license for bribes scandal. He got prison time for that.
Yes, sir, he did. And you know what's funny is about the situation, it all spurred from one accident. A family was going up to Milwaukee and in a minivan, and the mud flap bracket fell off the trailer, and it punctured the tank on their car when they ran over it accidentally, and it caught the van on fire and incinerated. Well, mother and the father still lived, but the children in the van passed away. But that started that whole situation in Illinois, and it went a long ways. It went a long ways up the road. So, Steve, you remember the wreck with the jet truck a couple weeks ago?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, shockwave. Yes.
All right. So, you know, I was thinking about all these you know, things we've seen over the years. I mean, do you remember the Bandag drag racing team? They had a Kenworth. Do you remember that drag racing team?
I do remember that. Yes, sir.
I'm trying to wonder, are they still around, or are they doing anything anymore, or is that team all done with?
That I'm not sure.
I was thinking about that. I'm going to have to do a look on the Google search on that, see how they're doing today, if those guys are still around, because they had a Kenworth that was amazing. They take it out on the salt flats in Utah, and they ran it drag racing and everything. That jet truck brought back a lot of memories seeing that kind of stuff, and I remember going to some of the air shows and seeing the jet trucks back in the day, and going to the actual drag parks and seeing the jet cars. They used to have them over here at Orlando at Buffalo. But that's pretty much all I got today, Steve. You heard anything out of Moose or Tex?
Moose checked in there Friday morning. And, yeah, Tex, I know he made his way back down to the home 20 there, and he's back in Tennessee, waving a hand off the I-75.
Okay. That's good stuff. So that's all I got today, bud. You guys have a good one. Keep it between the spot and solid, and we'll catch you later.
Thanks for checking in, Philip. You have a great day yourself, and there you go, Monday. Hello to Ian. Morning, Steve. Just wanted to say hello to Scarecrow. I also live in La Crosse, Wisconsin. So your neighbor's up there somewhere. All right, Ian, good to have you on board. Let's see, going back earlier, High Tech mentioned that this week, I believe, matter of fact, on Tuesday, we're slated to get our first, images from the James Webb Space Telescope as we count down the days to the release of the first, what they call science-grade images. NASA late last week kind of helped whet your appetite with an image they released that represents the deepest view of the universe ever taken in infrared. Pretty fascinating photo. There's 6 very distinct points of bright stars in the field of view. It's probably the first thing you notice, but the real significance is the abundance of actual galaxies. And toward the bottom right of the photo, a remarkable ring, literally a ring of galaxies. This arguably another example of the Canadians getting the jump on their southern counterparts, since the image is a product of the fine guidance sensors that the Canadian Space Agency contributed, which allows the telescope to lock onto faint objects. Now, the FGS is not intended to capture images like this. Most of what it records, they say, will be deleted, rather than waste valuable communications bandwidth. Instead, its role is to make sure the telescope's pointing in exactly the right direction, so no subsequent images or measurements can be perfect. However, during the commissioning stage, the operators were very keen on establishing all the instrument's capabilities. So over 8 days' time, in early May actually, the FGS aperture was used to take 72 exposures that kind of overlapped on this part of the sky with a total exposure time of 32 hours, confirming the telescope's ability to maintain its orientation. The image they released last week was the combination of those 72 exposures, I guess overlaid. Now, the FGS does not use color filters. This false color image uses red to represent the faintest objects and white to represent the brightest, with kind of orange and yellow in between, which deprives scientists of some of the important information that the other instruments of the telescope will provide. For example, color would reveal galaxies' ages, with younger ones being more blue from an abundance of hot young stars. Older galaxies are dominated by red stars, they explain. On the right side of this particular exposure, it's so much brighter than anything else that the spikes coming from it kind of dominate the image, despite that star itself being pulled out of the field of view as a demonstration of the telescope's immense power. This particular star has a magnitude of 9.3, meaning it's just visible under dark skies with a good pair of binoculars. Less than half the brightness of Neptune. Really, it would just be another faint dot in a backyard telescope. But yes, in this image, it's just immensely bright. But all the telescope's instruments are now fully functional, verified, other than the near-infrared camera, which has one remaining mode being tested. Now, anyone made suitably excited by that particular image has to wait till Tuesday of this week. The first full-color pictures to be released on July the 12th. And supposedly on Friday, they were supposed to list the initial targets of what will be released on Tuesday, what we're going to be looking at. There you go. All right, looking forward to that. That should be cool. I mean, 10 times stronger than the Hubble Space Telescope images. Was what the Hubble has given us over the years has been just incredible images of the universe. And about 6 before the hour, wide open lines on a Monday. 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, heads up, at some point this week, the Colorado Department of Transportation is going to be closing eastbound I-70 through Glenwood Canyon. The crews are going to be removing a crashed truck there. See, what's the breakdown? Eastbound I-70 through Glenwood Canyon, Wednesday of this week, July the 13th, starting at 10 a.m., and it's going to last about 6 hours. Westbound 70 will remain open, they tell us. This is going to allow crews to remove a truck that crashed about 10 a.m. last Thursday at the 130-mile marker. The 38-year-old truck driver from California suffered non-life-threatening injuries, but while the interstate is closed, they're offering the following alternate route recommendations. You should use the cotrip.org or the Colorado DOT's free planner mobile app to plan an alternate route. The northern alternate route on U.S. Highway 40 is recommended for most motorists. The northern alternate route will require about 2.5 additional hours travel time, though, to reach your destination versus traveling I-70 through Glenwood Canyon. Now, they say eastbound motorists should anticipate construction at exit 205 in Silverthorne when returning to I-70 from Colorado Highway 9. During the closure, motorists will continue to have access to Glenwood Springs and Roaring Fork Valley, they tell us. But by traveling on the recommended alternate route, you can avoid the major delays that'll be caused by rough roads and other hazards. The DOT is asking motorists to not use US 50 as an alternate route due to heavy construction and traffic impacts between Montrose and Gunnison, Colorado. So I don't know, maybe try to plan things where you can maybe take a 10-hour break or something. It's going to be shut down for 6 hours. And, of course, the alternate is going to add an additional 2.5 hours to your travel time. All right, let me get back up to Philip. Yes, sir. Take two. Hello, Philip.
Hello.
Hey there.
Hey, bud, I'm back again. Hey, I forgot to ask, and I know you're going up on the news hour here. Can we talk about it after you do the news? But I got a question about Boris Johnson.
Okay, yeah, that stepped aside last week there in the UK. Yeah, see what's going on with Boris. I think apparently he was, kind of living the lifestyle of the rich and famous, and had a lot of, like sexual misconduct accusations being levied, and like one member of the cabinet after another was resigning, and he finally said, "All right, I'll quit." Yeah, we'll get a news update, though, after which, plenty of room for you. Very quiet Monday morning. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Senate Democrats are in negotiations looking to bring back a slimmed-down version of President Biden's Build Back Better agenda, with a focus on prescription drug pricing, tax hikes on the wealthy, and climate spending. Wyoming Republican Senator John Barrasso tells Fox News Sunday he thinks President Biden is out of step with the needs of Americans.
You want enough money to be able to fill your tank with gas. You want enough money that you can buy a week's worth of groceries, and you want to have enough money to pay the bills at the end of the month. But Joe Biden's not going there. He's going to higher taxes, more government spending, and attacking American energy.
A wildfire in Yosemite National Park has burned nearly 1,600 acres and remains 0% contained as crews continue to battle the fire. USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
President Biden is defending his upcoming trip to Saudi Arabia. In an op-ed published in the Washington Post, Biden saying the United States has to engage directly with Saudi Arabia to stay strong and secure. The president set to begin a Middle East trip Wednesday, which will include stops in Israel and the West Bank. An NHL team is being applauded for a recent hire.
The New Jersey Devils have named the first female assistant general manager, making Kate Madigan the sixth woman to hold the title in the NHL. Madigan has called the promotion an exciting opportunity.
It's special. I'm thankful to be a part of it. I'm thankful for it to continue to grow. I think in the past we've seen one-offs here and there. The momentum's going to keep growing. So I'm just very happy to be a part of this group and to continue to change the landscape of all sports.
For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is opening its 37th probe into a Tesla crash after a deadly car accident. A California couple died Wednesday when the Tesla they were driving on a Florida interstate exited for an unknown reason. The car then rear-ended an 18-wheeler in a Walmart parking lot, killing the 66-year-old female driver and 67-year-old male passenger. Arizona Republican Governor Doug Ducey is continuing to support police.
Arizona Republican Governor Doug Ducey has signed off on a law that restricts how the public can record police officers. The law makes it a misdemeanor to knowingly record officers 8 feet or closer without the officer's permission. David Lloyd is with the First Amendment Center. He spoke with News Nation.
That is a content-based restriction on speech. It specifically targets video recording of law enforcement activity. It does not say you may not approach within 8 feet for any purpose. It says you may not approach within 8 feet for the purpose of making a video record.
For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
A Marvel superhero is a new box office star in North America. Thor: Love and Thunder earned $143 million in its opening weekend at theaters in the United States and Canada. This is the third biggest opening of the year behind Doctor Strange and the Multi-Universe of Madness and Jurassic World Domination. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Thank you much. Welcome back. Everybody on the same page. Got us a Monday. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. 3:09 Eastern, 12:09 West Coast time. I think I said Yellowstone earlier. It's Yosemite, not Yellowstone. My bad. The wildfire. Yeah, Yellowstone just had incredible flooding a couple of weeks ago. It's probably not too much concern of a wildfire there. But Yosemite National Park, and this particular wildfire is threatening the largest grove of giant sequoias, they tell us. It doubled in size in just the past day. Firefighters working in very difficult terrain Sunday, doing their best to protect the iconic sequoias. Campers and residents near the blaze were evacuated. Rest of the sprawling park remains open, though. Although heavy smoke obscures some of the scenic views and obviously unhealthy air quality. According to the Yosemite Fire Information spokesperson, Sunday is actually the smokiest we've seen. Up until Sunday morning, the park had not been in that unhealthy category that they are now. More than 500 mature sequoias are being threatened in the famed Mariposa Grove. No reports of severe damage to any trees, including the 3,000-year-old grizzly giant, as it's known. Apparently, there's a sprinkler system set up within the grove, kept the tree trunks moist, and officials were hopeful the steady spray of water, along with previous prescribed burns, will be enough to keep the flames at bay. Cause of this fire still under investigation, but it's grown to nearly 2.5 square miles as of Sunday morning. Zero containment, they tell us. As far as beyond the trees, the community of Wawona, surrounded by parkland, is under threat. People were ordered to leave late Friday. In addition to residents, there's 600-700 campers that were staying in the campground in tents and cabins and the historic hotel that had all been ordered to leave. Temperatures rising into the lower 90s in the coming days, but the fire crews working in steep terrain, not contending with intense winds, at least at this point. But these giant sequoias, in only about 70 groves along the western slope of California's Sierra Nevada range, once considered impervious to flames, but have become increasingly vulnerable as wildfires fueled by the buildup of undergrowth from a century of fire suppression and drought exacerbated by climate change have now become more intense and destructive. According to a park spokesperson, previously some of the massive trunks had been wrapped in fire-resistant foil for protection, but then she corrected herself Sunday and said that that was not the case for this fire. Crews have wrapped a historic cabin in the protective foil, though. Now, lightning-sparked fires over the past couple of years have killed up to 20% of the estimated 75,000 large sequoias, the biggest trees by volume, and obviously a major draw for tourists to the park. That's the size of the state of Rhode Island. All right, let's see. A fierce windstorm whipped through the grove about a year ago and toppled 15 giant sequoias, along with countless other trees. Then you've got a massive number of pines that have been killed by bark beetles, and those dead pines are fuel for the flames. Meanwhile, most evacuation orders were lifted Saturday in the Sierra foothills, about 80 miles to the northwest of the Yosemite fire, where a fire had broke out there on the 4th of July. The Electra fire was mostly contained. The only areas directly in the fire's perimeter remained under evacuation orders there. Yosemite National Park. All right, thanks for hanging in there. Philip, welcome back. Yes, sir.
Yeah, buddy, sorry to hear about that about Yosemite. That's, wow. Yellowstone and Yosemite, wow. Hey, my question is about Boris Johnson is, with all the resignations, and I don't know, did you see the amount of resignations that were involved with his resigning?
I mean, I was reading through, like I think Friday morning, the list, and it was like every day there was another 2 or 3 being added to the list.
When I saw the coverage on Thursday before I left work Thursday, there was 6 and prominent members in different areas of the government, and some pretty high folks in the government in the UK. Do you think that's going to show vulnerability for the other countries like Russia and China? with things going on the way they are in the world. We see what's going on with Sri Lanka, right? Sri Lanka, they literally went into the president's residency and all that stuff.
And he actually
this is some crazy stuff.
He actually stepped down over the weekend, right? He agreed to step down.
Yeah, he agreed to step down and everything, but the people went right into his house. I mean, that's some crazy stuff. And, I mean, it's not, I mean, just all the stuff that's happening across the world with Ukraine and Russia and all that. And it's just crazy. I mean, but this deal with England is pretty big. This is the first time that, you know, on a parliamentary level, you've had people stepping down, you know, in England. And that's a big deal. Am I hearing that Prince Charles is supposed to take over for the Queen? Steve?
I have not seen that, no.
I'd heard mention that she was, you know, she was going to back off a little bit. He was going to take a little bit more of, you know, he's going to handle a lot more of the day-to-day stuff. And, I mean, I don't know. It's crazy stuff going on. I mean, a lot different in days of Churchill. And so we'll see how she rolls. I wanted to bring that up. And last night, SpaceX, they launched one last night, supposedly. I don't know if they got it off. I went to bed early, so I didn't get to see it. But they were supposed to do another Starlink last night. I don't know where they were going to put the rocket at, because I think all the barges were out. Well, they got one that's out catching a rocket. They caught a rocket, and they got another one that were taking our rocket off. So I don't know if they caught it on a barge or if they came back to the landing zone. So, but we're still waiting for the end of the month, though. The end of the month, the Starship is supposed to fly. So we'll see. But that's all I got, Steve. I just wanted to call back. I didn't know if I knew you knew about the deal with Boris Johnson, but I wasn't sure. So thanks, bud.
That's pretty crazy deal. Apparently, I just looked it up. It took the resignation of nearly 60 members of his government, almost half the payroll, to resign. Wow. I mean, he'd been trying to cling on to power. Even then, he insisted that he would continue as caretaker leader while the Conservative Party launches the process of choosing a successor. And I think the number of those looking to take those reins is close to a dozen already, lining up to replace him. Party officials said they'll announce the timetable sometime today, Monday, for the election. Speaking in front of the famous 10 Downing Street door, the same place where many of his predecessors delivered their own resignation address, Johnson announced he will indeed be stepping down without actually saying the words out loud. He said it is clearly now the will of the parliamentary party that there should be a new leader of that party, therefore a new prime minister. The process of choosing that new leader should begin now. And that was like last Thursday, I guess, when he made the official announcement. Yeah, shake up in the UK. I saw one headline kind of saying that Boris Johnson was kind of like the darling of Kyiv there in the Ukraine. It had been given them pretty much everything they wanted. Is that going to change? Will the support of Ukraine change with new leadership in the UK? That was a CNN headline. And I saw from Slate magazine, or what was that? Fox News actually said Boris Johnson's resignation will not impact the UK's support for Ukraine. That was posted just about an hour ago. So, all right. Meanwhile, we've got who we got on the line?
This is Steve. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Steve. It's Shakedown.
Shakedown. Okay, what's happening?
Shakedown. We're out of Baltimore, Maryland. Long-time listener, Mr. Steve. I got a question. I caught the tail end of your dad years ago and then hooked into you. And then the little thing that you went through, months ago, everything was quiet for a long time until somebody I knew around the Baltimore area hooked me up and Now things are a little bit nicer at night now. I don't have the luxury of talking long. I'm in the same neighborhood as Horse Feathers and Blind Man, who mentions your name a lot on local talk shows. But here's my problem, and I knew you were the man to give me an answer. If you can't, I know somebody out there can. Around 2004, I was blessed with a heart attack. No big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure whether it was the clinic that I was going to for my DOT physical, or whether it's actual DOT rules and regs that said every 2 years, anyone who has gone through some kind of heart issue has to have a stress test.
Yep. I know Horse Feathers is having to do it. I think Double R, I thought he told me he's got to do it like every year.
Yeah, well, I'm talking to drivers now that say that, they've had triple bypasses and they haven't gone. I don't want to start any stuff, but it would save me a couple of bucks. And, the morning of the stress test, I really miss my coffee and cigarettes. It's a bummer.
That's great.
It's a bummer. Well, I'm hard-headed. I learned that the hard way. Don't do it. I did it the first time, and after they fired that stuff in my vein, it reminded me of things we used to do as children that we don't do anymore, like a freight train coming out of a tunnel. I think I made up a couple curse words, but I don't do that. I don't do that anymore. But there's guys that have triple bypasses that don't go through that stuff, and I would love to hear what the rules and regulations are for that stuff, because I guarantee you one thing: if I don't have to, I'll feel better for it.
I don't blame you one bit. So you actually do the chemical stress test rather than getting on the treadmill?
I'm not as young as I used to be. Nabbit started in the mid-70s. So well, that was a story in itself. They brought me a needle. I said, no, I'll take the treadmill. Anything happens with that needle, and that guy behind you with those paddles has got to whack my heart back into shape. I think I'll take the treadmill. Worst comes to worst happens there, I'll fall on my ass. But I was getting older, so I couldn't do the treadmill. And oh my God, that liquid stress test, that's a Hummer.
Someone explain. I mean, when you get off the treadmill, you're obviously you're sweating profusely. You feel like you're about to have a heart attack, but it kind of begins to wane. When you take the injection thing, he said it keeps going and going and going. It takes like 30 minutes to finally wind down.
No, it seems like an eternity. That stuff will wake you up now, but like I said, the technician had a hold of my right hand because he saw it was folding into a ball. I was going to hit something, and my left hand was holding on to parts of my anatomy that I wanted to keep. It only lasts about three and a half minutes.
Really? Okay.
But it, like I say, it feels like an eternity, and it's not a good feeling, and it doesn't come with any benefits, But I was having to do this, so they said, this one clinic that I won't mention, but there's other names we call it. I don't know if it was a money grab or not, but there's guys going around that I'm talking to, other drivers who've had the massive, where they put in 3 stents, and they just go get their health card, and that's it. So I would appreciate anybody out there who knows exactly what I can and can't do, because if I don't have to do it, I don't want to do it.
I don't blame you.
But on another note, I'm going to look through some construction and fine workmanship around the Baltimore area here. We caught a little bit of construction and orange cones and asphalt on the Baltimore Beltway here. Got a lot to do today. I couldn't even believe I got through, man. I really appreciate this show. You've been, you've been on the radio with me now for years, and I ran into horse feathers, many eons ago. We exchanged phone numbers. I exchanged trucks, and I haven't seen that phone number since. But if I see him around again, if there's a way I could leave him my number with your producer, I'd really appreciate it so I could get a hold of him again.
Hey, I'm the producer, so yeah, I've got your number here. I took your number down because we're going to get you a first-time caller code, brother. $60 at hotshotsecret.com.
I can't rightly take that. I can, but I can't rightly take that because this isn't the first. This is the first time I've called on this show. There's a lot of guys out here, a lot of drivers. I'm in and out of the truck a lot. I deliver gas. I'm a tank mechanic. And by the time you get through, it's time to either load or offload. And it gets a little frustrated, but there's a lot of guys, like myself included. I've got a lot to say. I politically speaking, I'm really not crazy about what's going on. We'll put it that way. And I'm hoping for the big red wave come the elections and straighten this country out. But man, I love hearing from these guys. There's a few of them that sort of on the other end of the spectrum I never hear from anymore, at least on your program. I wonder whatever happened to them.
Oh, some like minister?
You're a mind reader. Yeah, I haven't heard him, but it's good to hear everybody else. It really is. There's a lot of us that have a lot to say, but we don't have the time to do so. But most of our conversations and our opinions are covered. It's kind of like a conservative little piece of heaven as we drive down the road.
Absolutely. Yep. Well, hell,
all right.
Like I said, I got your number. I'll pass that on to Horse Feathers, and we'll get you a code either way. First time caller on this venue. Have you tried Hot Shot Secret products yet, or no?
No, but I want to. I got one of the oldest trucks in the fleet. Everybody wonders why I still have it. It's still running. It's a 2011 Pete with a Cummins, and it's had some problems, and I'm talking to my boss about this because a lot of trucks, especially with the regen, every time you turn around, there's a board full of trucks with this. Most of the trucks are Max, and they're having regen problems, and this might just help to square it away.
Absolutely,
but
yeah.
If I got to reach into my own pocket to try this, I'm going to try it. I'm hoping the truck stop down here in my area will have it. If not, I'll ask for it. And apparently they have products for automotive needs too. I've talked to my mechanic, who I trust indubitably with my vehicle, my personal vehicle, and he's a firm believer in additives. So I gave him the link and let him see what he can come up with to keep my Titan running strong. Well, actually, his mama's Titan. She picked it out. I just drive it all the time. And it's not getting any younger. It's over 100,000 on that thing. So anything that can help it, I'd be appreciative, and I'll sing those praises.
All right, that's great. Well, yep, we'll get you a code here later this week, and you can follow up one of these days and let us know how things worked out. Thank you so much. Shakedown. Hello to Buckwheat this morning. Steve, Buckwheat here. I'd love to call in this morning, but sorry, Steve, as I was pedaling my bike into work at midnight, I remembered I forgot my headset. So I can't legally call in, but you're doing a great job. Nice drive to New York City with almost a full moon. Got 69 degrees in central New Jersey this morning. All right, thank you so much, Buckwheat. Dipsy drivers on board. Morning, Steve, and the most informed audience, both sides of the equator. Good evening, Sylvester. 61 clear here in mid-Michigan. And thanks for reading my email last week. My wife thought that was really nice of you, and it kind of lit up her face. I appreciate that. You're more than welcome, Dipsy driver. Billy on board. Morning, Steve, in the overnight drive, folks. 66 degrees. Here in Beulahville, North Carolina. Have a great day, everybody. There's Paul checking in. Morning, Steve. It's a new week. I said, my mom, a 40-year RN, said never do the chemical stress or treadmill stress tests. There are nuclear options. She said they actually bring you to the point of heart damage or heart attacks, and it'll weaken you permanently. Very interesting. I don't know what the nuclear option is, but there's Rick, friend, on board. You got your first cup of coffee there in Columbus yet, Rick? Yes, all right. Good to have you on board. News break and plenty of room for you. Yeah, no difficult getting through this morning. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
A record number of illegal immigrants are crossing the southern border into Texas. 42 suspected terrorists have been caught by Border Patrol agents, as well as fentanyl smuggled by cartels. Appearing on Sunday Morning Futures, Texas Governor Greg Abbott gives his opinion on what he describes as the illegal immigrant invasion.
You're going to have more than 6 million people coming across the border a year. To put this in context, the largest city in the state of Texas is Houston. We will have about one Houston coming across the border in Texas every year.
Highland Park is holding a vigil for the victims of the July 4th mass shooting. Over 100 people gathered at Immaculate Conception Church in the Chicago suburb for a morning service. The gunman is being held without bond on 7 counts of first-degree murder. USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment, available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I gotta tell you, Rick there in Columbus, if there was ever a true die-hard Reds fan, I know you're one of them. Because night after night, I see you posting, but when they happen to win a game, and I guess they're on a roll over the weekend, right? Look at here, they got a 4-game winning streak. Oh boy. So 6-4 out of the last 10 games, but, you know, still dead last in the division. Well, the Cubs are trying to creep up on them, though, aren't they? Just a couple games. The Cubs are like 12 games back. Reds are 14 back. 32 wins, 54 losses on the season. It's just, yeah, after that abysmal start to the season, you knew there was no coming back. But, yeah, tip of the hat for still being a fan. He said, my Reds won. Yay. And then he says only 8 more Saturdays till Buckeyes football. Man, the time just flies by, doesn't it? Hey, good morning. The Bolts checking in here a few minutes ago. 58 outside in Delray, West Virginia at the home 20. I've got tonight and tomorrow night off. Hope you have a great night, Steve, Dad, and all the fellow listeners out there. All right, haven't heard from your dad this morning. Is he out on Sunday night, Monday mornings? Don't think he typically is. Old Gilligan. Meanwhile, let's get back to Pappy's on board this morning. You get the daughter's room all cleaned up and organized.
Steve, I come home. You know, I worked overtime last night. One of our sergeants got COVID, so the off day group, opposite squad of me, so they needed a supervisor to come in. So I worked from 8 to midnight. And she asked for the drill before I was walking out the door, right? And, you know, them eyebrows are going to go, oh, what do you need a drill for? I'll be taking that bed apart. No, Dad, I'm just, all right, out the door I go. Steve, I come home, man, she's got that room just tore the hell up. Oh, my God. I wanted to rearrange it. You remember I told you I built her that floating bed? Remember when I talked about the price of lumber going up?
Yeah.
Remember that? Well, anyway, you know, so this bed's, you know, screwed to the floor, you know, and I had to build it like a frame for it. So Yeah. Go to bed. What are you doing up at 3:30 in the morning? All right, but yeah.
So she took it apart and couldn't get it back together, or what?
Yeah, halfway. Got halfway there and decided she was having problems. So we finished that up tonight.
That's funny.
She moved. Yeah. But Boris, across the pond, Steve, what's the deal? Why is everybody signing their names on that resignation letter? What's the deal? Did you say it was some kind of sex scandal or something? Did I hear you right, or what?
That's what I was hearing. Yeah, I guess, that's the accusations, and I guess the more people that came forward and made accusations, I guess the fellow cabinet member said, "I'm not going to be a part of this."
Things that make you You know, they were all in, Steve, spying on the United States too, spying on the president, giving us information. So maybe that some of them are out. Maybe some of that might come out now. You know, I don't know. People that you're supposed to think have morals, and we can't go there with our own government. Come on, maybe a handful, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
We couldn't get as lucky if that could happen here, right? Get them all to resign. Biden, Harris, Schiff.
Yeah,
oh
right.
my God! Just
Pence
go on down the road. Just keep going down the list.
Yeah, Nancy Pelosi, Chucky Schumer, keep on going.
Yeah.
Mitch McConnell.
Maybe we should hire some people, Steve, to create our own conspiracy, right? Things that only you could wish for. But, man, Steve, you know your post today on Facebook, man. I don't know if you've seen some of my comments on there, but I mean, you take California enacting this law against these truckers.
AB 5,
now,
yep.
You know?
Yep.
And here again, Steve, you think if they're trying to destroy the country, they're doing a daggone job of trying.
Good job.
Steve, I saw a video. I hate to keep barking on this, man, but I seen, a video of the World Economic Forum giving speeches again, Steve. And some of the stuff, I mean, they are telling us what they want to do. It's just boggling the mind, Steve. Apparently in New Zealand, if you're a cattle rancher, you can give it up because I guess, Steve, they are serious about this cattle fratulation, right, that is affecting the atmosphere. They are flat out serious about this. I think they're just using that for an excuse. But in New Zealand, the cattle ranchers, by the end of the year, have to exterminate 30% of their cattle.
Reduce the size of their herd by 30%. And that in the name of climate change, right?
Yes, sir. And then another 30% in 2023, by the end of 2023. And did you see the videos about the Dutch farmers? What they're doing to them?
Yeah. Now, apparently, I mean, did I not hear over the weekend that they actually fired on them, like the police
Steve,
or whatever?
I've seen a video. This guy's in his farm equipment, turning a bend. They were pulling some of them out at gunpoint. And one guy, he wasn't like he was going towards anybody. There was no, you know what I mean? It wasn't like there was any chance of anybody getting ran over. Didn't appear that he was going to ram a police vehicle. And they start shooting at this guy, Steve. And I'm, just craziness. craziness. And Sri Lanka. Look at what, did you see that video, Steve?
I have not seen that video yet. I saw the headline where it said, but the prime minister's residence attacked, and he agreed to step down.
Yeah, they snatched his butt up too in the street. I think it was him or somebody high up in his little cabinet or whatever you want to call it there.
Wow.
Steve, that video, there was 1 million people that descended on his palace. It was just flat out crazy. You need to pull that up and check that out. I mean, they the view I seen looked like from a high rise, and the streets, as far as the eye could see, were nothing but heads. Filled the streets. I mean, they said there was 1 million people that descended on that on his palace. And this, it's a pretty good size palace there now. Yeah, it showed him swimming in the pool. But society is just breaking down, Steve. And some of the things, it's like, they are talking about population control, Steve. They're flat out coming out and saying this stuff. Some of these whacked out, conspiracy things you maybe heard in the past, but man, I'm telling you, Steve, this stuff is starting to really make me think that, man, some of these guys you would listen to, nah, man, ain't no way,
right?
They could be doing that. No way.
Conspiracy theories. Like, no, it's not going to happen.
Craziness. And China buying a big part of the company, buying our farmland right here in the United States.
Yep.
Craziness.
That's what Kirsty Nome said last week. He who controls the food controls the people.
Yes, sir. And it seems like we're having a heck of a problem with food sources right now. They say it's really, when it's going to hit, in the fall when these farmers, don't get the yield from the crops that we usually get. So in the fall and the winter is when it's going to hit us. So we got a few months to prepare. Right.
Wow. I mean, on a global scale, though, they've been talking. The Ukraine, the Russia, the wheat, and all the stuff that Ukraine produces. We're going to potentially see food shortages, but at the same time, they're talking food shortages. They're ordering farmers to reduce emissions in other countries. They're ordering to call their herds, reduce their herds. I mean, all these reductions are reductions in the food supply. They're actually creating this.
And that's what makes you actually think that, holy moly, there's probably some truth to this. When everything these people are doing is just like they are trying to collapse society, so they can start their new world order, their new world government, and they're in control. It's worldwide. And I think I told you this a couple months ago. They are using this climate change, as the Cadillac to fool everybody. And Biden just came out and said the gas prices, they're going to be high, but we're in a transition now. It's no longer Putin's fault. We are transitioning off fossil fuels. We're going to do it. There's nothing you can do about it. If it destroys the earth, or maybe not the earth, but if it destroys the population on the earth. I heard a number, 70 million. I should write this stuff down before I say make these comments. But the amount of people they said starved, actually starved to death in the last few years, it was mind-boggling.
And if the trends continue, that's probably going to be chump change.
Yeah. Somebody made a statement. Hang on, I can't think of who the heck it was. Something I heard a few days ago. You know how we talk on the radio and always moving, and including myself. It's, you get down, you hear this stuff, and it just brings you down. And the comment I heard was, if these people actually get their way, and if this is all true, which I'm beginning to really think, man, just if they get their way and turn our country into a socialist country, you think you're bummed out. So we need to get our heads out of our caboose and figure out a way to stop this. Like Moose was talking the other night. The only thing, we can do at this point, without things getting too crazy, is, in the fall, this midterm, that's a start, is to turn this around and get some people in here, that are going to refuse to let this kind of stuff go on and continue.
Mm-hmm.
See what happens, but I think they're pushing this, man. They want a civil war in this country, because that would, just create so much chaos and havoc, and society would collapse. And that's what they want. So they can, once things get so bad and there's enough dead bodies floating down the rivers, they can come in and say, "Oh, we'll save you. You're starving to death. Here's some food. We'll help you out." So, all right, my man. Hate to be Debbie Downer tonight, but hey, man, head up, chin up.
Things that make you go,
Yeah, but hey, as long as you believe in the Almighty and got faith in Him, and like I said a couple months ago, if I drop dead, right, what can they do to you, Steve? Really, seriously, if you're not afraid of dying, like Rambler was talking about the other night, if lightning struck, came down tomorrow, hey, so be it. That's the worst thing they can do to you, is kill you, I guess.
Right.
You just don't want to suffer and starve to death, I guess. All right, brother. Have a good night. Back to work tomorrow.
All right. There you go. All right. Enjoy. Have a good morning.
Yes, sir.
And there you go. Clear lines at 844-844-3388.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
That's correct, because our lines are not congested. Jump on in. 844-844-3388. Hello to Steve, checking in this morning. Yes, it's Monday again. We just got to roll with it. Hope everybody's weekend was a good one. Yeah, we juggled a couple of home improvement projects at our place. But it's off to Columbus for the start of another week in the trash truck. I also have a new trainee starting as well. It'll be a short week as my wife and I start our anniversary vacation this Friday. All right, congratulations on that. Hope all is well. Everybody enjoy the day, and we'll catch up again soon. Thank you very much, Steve. As far as I might be on the same schedule as you this week. I believe the wife had asked me to depart this Thursday. To head on down there to Tullahoma, Tennessee. I think the funeral's actually going to be in Nashville. Uncle Forrest, who passed away about a week ago, and they're going to be laid to rest there with his mother and father. I think like right there in Nashville, Tennessee. So, I'll be heading down Thursday. Funeral will be Saturday at the noon hour. And I'll have to make a beeline back to the home 20, to the secret bunker, to join you Sunday night, Monday morning, a week from this. That's the plan at this point. Meanwhile, a couple minutes before news update with Clear Lines, a husband and wife team. It's July. It's July the 11th, and we're talking about who's going to haul the Capitol Christmas tree. Really? It'll be here before you know it, the way time flies. A husband and wife team who work for a North Carolina trucking company have been selected to haul this year's U.S. Capitol Christmas tree. Hardy Brothers Trucking Company, headquartered in Siloam, North Carolina, selected to haul the 22 tree from the national forests in North Carolina to Washington, D.C. Several stops along the way to let community members get a look at the tree. Additionally, Hardy Brothers will also deliver thousands of handmade ornaments made by North Carolinians along with smaller trees for offices in the nation's capital. But they tell us the tree will be harvested in early November, then transported by Hardy Brothers team drivers Harold, a.k.a. Ed Kingdon Jr., and Deborah Kingdon, who've been married for 42 years. Hardy Brothers Trucking, founded by Ralph Hardy in 1965, it's grown to a fleet of 55 trucks, employing about 100 dedicated drivers. Ralph Hardy continues to work for the company while his son, Eddie, runs the day-to-day operations as president, and Eddie's son, Ryan, serves as vice president. But for us to be a part of the tradition of bringing the U.S. Capitol Christmas tree, it's quite the honor, says Ed, president of Hardy Brothers Trucking. Our pride in the state of North Carolina shines through our fleet, and we're excited to share the experience and uplifting communities along the way. All right, in Pennsylvania, looks like you're one step closer to having to get up there and find some way to clean that snow and ice off the top of your vehicles. It's been a topic of discussion for several years now, but the Pennsylvania Senate has unanimously approved the bill tightening the requirements for ice and snow removal from vehicles. The rest of the story all coming up. And we've got a full hour yet ahead of us. And clear lines at 844-844-3388 here on a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Senate Democrats are in negotiations looking to bring back a slimmed-down version of President Biden's Build Back Better agenda, with a focus on prescription drug pricing, tax hikes on the wealthy, and climate spending. Wyoming Republican Senator John Barrasso tells Fox News Sunday he thinks President Biden is out of step with the needs of Americans.
You want enough money to be able to fill your tank with gas. You want enough money that you can buy a week's worth of groceries, and you want to have enough money to pay the bills at the end of the month. But Joe Biden's not going there. He's going to higher taxes, more government spending, and attacking American energy.
A wildfire in Yosemite National Park has burned nearly 1,600 acres and remains 0% contained as crews continue to battle the fire. USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
President Biden is defending his upcoming trip to Saudi Arabia. In an op-ed published in the Washington Post, Biden saying the United States has to engage directly with Saudi Arabia to stay strong and secure. The president set to begin a Middle East trip Wednesday, which will include stops in Israel and the West Bank. An NHL team is being applauded for a recent hire.
The New Jersey Devils have named the first female assistant general manager, making Kate Madigan the sixth woman to hold the title in the NHL. Madigan has called the promotion an exciting opportunity.
It's special. I'm thankful to be a part of it. I'm thankful for it to continue to grow. I think in the past we've seen one-offs here and there. The momentum's going to keep growing. Yeah. So I'm just very happy to be a part of this group and to continue to change the landscape of all sports.
For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is opening its 37th probe into a Tesla crash after a deadly car accident. A California couple died Wednesday when the Tesla they were driving on a Florida interstate exited for an unknown reason. The car then rear-ended an 18-wheeler in a Walmart parking lot, killing the 66-year-old female driver and 67-year-old male passenger. Arizona Republican Governor Doug Ducey is continuing to support police.
Arizona Republican Governor Doug Ducey has signed off on a law that restricts how the public can record police officers. The law makes it a misdemeanor to knowingly record officers 8 feet or closer without the officer's permission. David Lloyd is with the First Amendment Center. He spoke with News Nation.
That is a content-based restriction on speech. It specifically targets video recording of law enforcement activity. It does not say you may not approach within 8 feet for any purpose. It says you may not approach within 8 feet for the purpose of making a video record.
For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
A Marvel superhero is a new box office star in North America. Thor: Love and Thunder earned $143 million in its opening weekend at theaters in the United States and Canada. This is the third biggest opening of the year behind Doctor Strange and the Multi-Universe of Madness and Jurassic World Domination. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Get our final hour off and rolling here. Another weekend in the books. Here we go. Monday. Well, again, residents in the northern plains, you've been no stranger to rounds of intense thunderstorms. And more of the same's in the cards this week. Severe thunderstorms expected into the upcoming work week. Much of the previous week, severe weather had been kind of centered over the high plains, Montana, western Dakotas. Storm reports received by the Storm Prediction Center. That region has been impacted by severe weather every day. Someone's been impacted since the start of July. Storms became particularly intense this past Friday with over 24 hail and damaging wind reports in Montana. Of course, those storms progressing eastward into a line. Destructive winds along the way, 90-plus mile-per-hour winds observed in Havre and Big Sandy, Montana. Lots of trees down, power lines down. More of the same over the weekend. Saturday, storms forming over the Montana high plains, congealed into an intense line that swept into North Dakota. Golf ball size hail reports in several locations, wind gusts topping 80 miles per hour in Fairfield, North Dakota. So there you go. Across the western two-thirds of the U.S., this big bulge in the jet stream remains in place over the coming days. It's the same that's responsible for the long-lasting heat dome over the desert southwest and the southern plains, which will allow an abundance of warm air and moisture to stream northward as far north as Saskatchewan and Manitoba. Now, they're in Canada. Stretch of severe weather continued this past day as we started things off Sunday. A threat on Sunday expanded eastward, becoming centered over parts of Minnesota, but also encompassed much of South Dakota, Nebraska, and southwestern Montana. Looks like, what do we see here as we get the new week underway? The active pattern continues right into the day today. A swath of severe weather possible across the Central Plains and the Midwest. Storms most likely during late this afternoon into the early evening hours, where temperatures will be at the highest and the most energy will be available for those storms to develop. So we could be watching from Wichita, Kansas to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and I guess points in between, and even in the rush hour in Chicago. may be interrupted this afternoon. Now, with several major interstates in that threat zone for severe storms, drivers going to stay alert. They always advise do not seek shelter beneath a highway overpass, which that message has been sounded over and over again for years. But anytime you see strong storms moving through, there will be a number of vehicles parked underneath the overpasses. Looks like additional storms expected on Tuesday as the summer weather returns to the northeast. But the central states looks like you might finally receive a bit of a break there on Tuesday. All right, let's get to Rooster's on board this morning. Now, what's going on, Rooster?
Oh, not much, Steve. How's it going this morning, buddy?
Doing all right. Kind of a slow Monday, but we're plugging away. Got that final hour off and rolling.
There you go, man. Just wanted to holler at you this morning. I've been pondering on this just on my own head there this morning and yesterday, too. Kind of following a little bit of this story that was where they assassinated that so-called, I guess they call her president in China. I'm not sure what they call her leader, but anyway, he'd been in charge for several years over there. And I don't know, just about the way the country's going and everything else around us with stuff going on over in Europe. And what's his name? Was it Boris Johnson? Was that his name, I think?
Yes, Boris Johnson stepping down.
Yep. Yeah, and of course, everything that we got going on over here in our backyard, and knowing how Biden's are really, really tight with the China people and have been in their back pocket for several generations. That's no big secret, but I don't know. It just makes me ponder, and I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist by no means, but for someone to just up and take this man out for no reason that I could read about or research, I have no idea why anybody would have a beef with him. But
he was
the
former prime minister in Japan, but I guess he was still involved in the political arena there. But I have not seen
he
that.
was running for re-election.
Okay.
Yeah, and they sent a story yesterday morning where they had the guy that had assassinated him, so-called, had made a homemade gun, and similar to like a shotgun. And they said once they confiscated that, they found other homemade guns that the guy made. But what the beef that the gentleman had with the guy was, I'm assuming that the boy's mother had a business or something. Anyway, they wind up losing their business, and that's why this guy assassinated this man.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, and so it all leads back to money. You know how it works. But just it wasn't nobody. They've only talked about it there just for a little bit there Friday, and then after that, any the rest of it, I've had to look for it. But they're sure trying to sweep it under the carpet. But anyway, just hadn't heard you really touch on that too much, and because there ain't a lot out there that you can really find about it. But it's kind of odd. They're really kind of keeping it quiet. But just hadn't hollered at you in a couple of weeks, Bo. Trying to get started this week. Heading on over here into West Virginia so I can get back before it gets too late today. So just thought I'd holler at you this morning and say hello.
All right. Hey, I appreciate that because we all love Mondays.
Yes, ain't they fun?
Yeah.
But anyway, take care, Bo. Hope everybody's doing good. Sorry to hear about the loss in the Princess family there and stuff. But our condolences reach out to you guys. But we'll be talking to you in a few days.
All right, thank you.
care.
Again, thank you, Rooster. Appreciate it. A couple of the tidbits that Pappy brought up. First of all, the farmers. Headline out of Amsterdam, Dutch police actually opening fire at a tractor during a heated night of continued farm protests and ultimately detaining some of the demonstrators. The latest in a string of protests against the government plans to cut emissions that many farmers say will potentially kill their livelihoods. Police in northern Friesland announcing that no one was hurt in the incident that involved warning shots, as they said, and direct targeting of a tractor that had broke free from a line. Police said there was an attempt to drive into their vehicles and officers. Now, Pappy said the video says otherwise, but the Dutch farmers, angry at the government plans to slash emissions, have been blocking roads, blocking supermarket distribution centers for several days now, sparking fears of food shortages in the country. But the farmers, this is what's got them pissed off. A government proposal to slash emissions of pollutants like nitrogen oxide and ammonia by 50% by the year 2030. I mean, 8 years from now, provincial governments have been given a year to put together plans to reach those goals, which they expect will include reducing livestock and buying up some farms whose animals produce large amounts of ammonia. Farmers argue they're being unfairly targeted and being given no perspective for their future. Again, this is just, do a little research. This growing laundry list of countries talking about reducing their herds. And we wonder why they say we may be facing food shortages? And then Boris Johnson, some of the headlines there. Boris Johnson resigns over the sex scandal. Scandals of his own making, they say. That's just one of the headlines. Let's see. Boris Johnson facing accusations that he tried to get a job for a woman that claims had an affair with him. That's from the London Guardian. The Sydney Morning Herald. Sexual harassment scandals helped bring down Johnson. And he won't be the last, it says. 5 biggest scandals to hit Boris Johnson. Sexual improprieties. And on the list goes there. Looking at 18 past the hour, and we return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Trying to pull up the cryptocurrency page, see the latest. Yeah, Bitcoin just hanging right about 20 grand, 20,498, 489 rather. Just kind of curious if we saw another big drop after the latest bombshell in the crypto markets. Something known as Voyager Digital. Tell the story. Robert first came across Voyager Digital in March of 2020. Like countless others, he decided to give the cryptocurrency broker a try. The platform was easy to navigate, offering up to 9% APR yield, much higher than your traditional savings account. It claimed to be FDIC insured. And being a publicly traded company on the Toronto Stock Exchange, you thought, well, how bad could it be? Now, he was asked to be identified by only his first name for privacy reasons, but he ultimately invested 6 figures on Voyager, or 70% of his life savings. Another user who invested on Voyager for about 6 years and asked to remain anonymous due to safety concerns, has about 38,000 invested on the platform, but now both of them unable to withdraw any of their money as the company suspended trading on July 1, ultimately filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy late last Tuesday. Turns out Voyager also is not FDIC insured, despite its advertisement that in the rare event your USD funds are compromised due to the company or our banking partner's failure, you're guaranteed a full reinvestment up to $250,000. See, their banking partner, Metropolitan Commercial Bank, is FDIC insured, but Voyager is not. Now, come to find out, the user of 6 years said it was like a kick in the stomach. I mean, every day, honestly, I cry. I don't know what to tell my wife. As partners, we decided to invest in Voyager, but she trusted me more than anyone else to make the proper decisions. So these are just a couple of examples. These investors are learning how over-leveraged Voyager was, how it invested their savings in a now defunct hedge fund that engaged in extremely risky behavior. They had mainly blamed the now defunct Three Arrows Capital for their troubles. Like the rest of the crypto market, 3AC took a hit after the Terra ecosystem collapsed in May. Then, of course, by June, a major cryptocurrency lender, Celsius Network, was rumored to be bankrupt. 3AC not far behind. That set off the domino effect throughout the industry as many of the major crypto lenders and funds seem to all be exposed to each other. And last week, 3AC creditors sought its liquidation at a court in the British Virgin Islands. At the moment, they say Voyager is trying to restructure and not liquidate, meaning they hope to return at least a percentage of its customers' investments, according to the court filings. They also said that they may potentially offer shares or tokens in its reorganized company to customers post-bankruptcy. But in the meantime, the customers unable to withdraw their savings, you're stuck and just kind of sitting back now on the sidelines waiting for what the next steps will be, and some even sharing thoughts of suicide or depression online. They say don't invest in these things. Don't invest money that you can't afford to lose. Hasn't that been the word from day one? But over time, more and more people apparently, literally going out on a limb, investing their entire life savings into these things. All right, let's see. Back to the calls we go. Would that be Hillbilly Tex on board this morning?
Hello?
Well, hello, Tex. I reckon you're back at the home 20 off the I-75 waving a hand.
That's right, and ringing that cowbell too, buddy. Don't forget the cowbell. Yeah, I just gonna let you know you come through here Thursday. Well, just toot your whistle over at 81 off the big 75, and I'll be ringing the cowbell at you.
There you go.
Yeah, I've been kind of slow getting around the last couple of days after a week with the big moose, it. Boy, between the eating and the picking the guitars and the working on everything, kind of wore me out.
Gonna run you ragged, huh? So
Yeah,
do you drive still, Tex? Did you drive back home, or did he take you down there?
No, I drove up there and back.
Okay.
Yeah, I still drive. I just can't. They took my CDL away because I'm blind. I can't drive a big truck blind, but I can drive a little truck blind.
Okay. I hear you.
Makes a lot of sense, don't it?
It does.
Oh, well, I hope everybody's doing good this morning. I just wanted to call and let you know you can toot your whistle over here to 81 off the big 75, and I'll be doing that deal at you.
All right.
Everybody have a good morning.
We'll give you a shout
Talk
out.
y'all later.
Thank you, Tex. Glad you made safe travels back to the home 20 there after a week with the big moose. All right, let's see here. We'll get to the Sundance Kid coming up here. It's 844-844-3388. Craig chiming in via email. By the way, email steve@hotshotsecret.com. Steve, with all these allegations against Boris Johnson, I sure hope he wore a mask with each incident. If not, he's going to be in big trouble. Yeah. Is there a little innuendo there? I think there is. All right, someone posted things that make you think. What if your dog only brings back the ball because he thinks you like throwing it? Points to ponder. If poison is past expiration date, is it more poisonous or is it no longer poisonous? I think it's still poison, right? Which letter is silent in the word scent, S-C-E-N-T? Is it the S or the C that is silent? All right, every time you clean something, you realize you're just making something else dirty, right? Intentionally losing a game of rock, paper, scissors is just as hard as trying to win. That's for sure. Think about this. 100 years ago, everybody owned a horse, and only the rich had cars. Well, today everybody has cars and only the rich own horses. Okay. Let's see. If you replace W with T in what, where, and when, you get the answer to each of them. Things that make you go, And we'll return. News break time, though. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu warns a recession is coming. Appearing on CNN's State of the Union, the Republican calling out the Fed Reserve for ignoring the problem and not preparing Americans for the inevitable. Sununu also saying Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has to go.
First, I would fire the Treasury Secretary. I think she's completely misled America because she didn't want to kind of own the bad news, but that's part of public service. You got to own the good with the bad. You got to ease folks into it and present a glide path. But the more this administration keeps telling people that a recession isn't inevitable, of course it is.
The wildfire in Yosemite National Park has grown to nearly 1,600 acres. The wildfire is 0% contained and has grown more to the south. Over 500 giant sequoia trees are threatened by the wildfire. USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, quick, like getting back to the state of Pennsylvania, because I gave you the teaser earlier about the snow and ice removal. All right. July the 6th, Pennsylvania Senate approved Senate Bill 114, also known as Christine's Law. A vote of 49-0. Yeah, the language of Senate Bill 114 has now been incorporated into the Comprehensive Transportation Bill, otherwise known as Senate Bill 1094. And this would require that drivers remove ice or snow from their vehicles within 24 hours following heavy winter storms. Now, the senator, Lisa Boscola, said she's been trying to pass Christine's Law for more than 17 years. The bill named for Christine Lambert, who died on Christmas Day in 2005 after a large piece of ice dislodged from a passing box truck crashing through her windshield. Now, current Pennsylvania law only allows for the penalization of a driver if snow or ice falling from the vehicle results in serious bodily harm. If Christine's Law is signed into law, it will allow for more proactive enforcement, permitting police to use their own discretion when to pull over a vehicle for a possible ice or snow hazard. My bill is first and foremost about public safety, she says. This is to increase public awareness and make people more vigilant about clearing snow and ice from their vehicle so that the tragedy that befell the Lamperts does not happen to other families. Now heads to the desk of the governor to be signed into law. If it is signed, which Pascola said she expects to happen soon, it would go in effect in 60 days, meaning it will be enforceable this coming winter. Like I said, we've been talking about this a long time. I didn't realize 17 years she's been trying to push this. It seems like year after year that topic would come up. So there it is. The winter of 22 into 23 looks like that's going to be enforceable in the state of Pennsylvania. Sundance Kid, hey there.
Steve, oh, man, I was died in the last 17 years, like the same second.
All right, say it again. You're kind of breaking up.
Oh, I'm sorry. How many people have died in the last 17 years, like Christine did?
I don't know. Good question.
Well, if she's the only one that died in the last 17 years, I think it's pretty good. I mean, I can see a lot more people dying trying to climb up there and brush off the top of their trailer than that. But but the Supreme Court, did they hear this about the AV5 out there in California? Did they hear that?
That was the word that came down last week. The Supreme Court denied to take the case up. So it goes back to, I believe it was the Ninth Circuit there in California, which once this California Trucking Association had filed this suit, there was I guess an injunction against enforcing it on the trucking industry for the past 2 years. Now that the Supreme Court said they're not going to take the case, it goes back to them, which meant, I believe, it is now enforceable as of last Thursday or Friday.
So why would they not hear the case?
That's a good question. Very good question. Because, I mean, I think that's a case big enough to have a profound economic impact.
Right. So, I mean, that makes I thought they heard it, but if they didn't hear it, and I was trying to figure out how they voted.
No.
So who says they're not going to do it? Is that Supreme Court Justice Roberts? Is he the one that makes that choice?
I know that I'm not sure. I don't even know how they make the determine what cases they will and won't take.
Okay. Wow, I was just trying to figure it out.
But I'm thinking back, if memory serves, I mean, wasn't there a time when they were looking to incorporate that same, that's that three-pronged test that the AB5 is all about to determine whether you're an employee or a contractor? I thought they were looking to make that on a national level, a federal deal.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's a big deal, but I guess everybody just needs to go get their own authority. It doesn't cost that much. You'll get paid, just like Landstar and all them get paid. You know, it's kind of like you got to put on your big boy pants now and do it not legitimately, but take more responsibility. But you should reap the rewards. You know, if you get your own authority, your own DLT number, you can lead, or you can get loads from Landstar, but you should get around 90% instead of 67. So you might even make more money if it's enforced.
Well, fair enough. Yeah, that's trying to recall. Was that a part? Were they trying to incorporate that into that? Yeah, the highway bill. I know they were talking about that at somewhere. Seems like that was one of the things that OOIDA had on their slate to have them scrap. It's been a long time since we've heard from Monty on any legislative updates on the trucking industry. But so, what do you think? Is Sleepy Joe actually going to be on the ticket in 2024? I say no, and I said that even before he was elected. Quote, elected in 2020. Big name Democrats positioning themselves for a potential 24 run should President Biden bow out. Hillary Clinton. Yeah, she may resurface. California Governor Gavin Newsom spurring talk about a 24 run. Other lawmakers, including the likes of AOC of New York. Are you serious? Ro Khanna of California. Bernie Sanders, of course, would have to be in the mix again. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, according to the Times, have either been endorsing candidates ahead of the midterm elections, raising money for the Democratic National Party, or visiting early primary and caucus states. Of course, as you'll recall, last week, Gavin Newsom released an ad in Florida, no less, slamming Ron DeSantis, talking about freedom in the state of Florida being under attack. Okay. Yeah, because you've got so much freedom there in California, right? Yeah, Biden, to date, even in his advanced age, says he plans to run again. But with each passing day, many Democrats are not happy with that decision, facing intensifying skepticism about his capacity to run. I mean, he'll be nearly 82 years old. Yeah, the president and his top aides have been stung by the questions about his plans, irritated at what they see as a lack of respect from their party and the press, and determined to tamp down suggestion that he's effectively a lame duck just a year and a half into his administration. Hillary last week said she couldn't imagine running again. Gavin Newsom's team said the TV ad was not intended to spur talk about a potential run in 2024. But let me get a quick time out here and mention somewhere in the mix. I've got the rest of the scoop on where in the White House they're actually concerned about the continued decline, where Joe's now kind of like literally shuffling his feet when he walks across the room. I think I printed that up here. There it is. That was actually the New York Times, no less, suggesting Joe Biden may be too old to run for re-election. A published piece that reveals the president now shuffles. Staffers are fearful he may trip over wires. He's experienced a decline in energy levels. Some aides alleging he often shuffles while walking, prompting fears he'll trip on a wire. Of course, he often stumbles over his words during public speaking events. Staffers tell the left-leaning New York Times they find themselves holding their breath during Biden's speaking engagements to see if he can make it through without a blunder. Even the New York Times has begun questioning Biden's fitness for office in recent months, which is a big-time departure from where they were in the run-up to the 2020 election. Saturday's story, headlined, "At 79, Biden is testing the boundaries of age and the presidency," with Times reporter Peter Baker saying the president's age has increasingly become an uncomfortable issue for him, his team, and his party. He says he spoke to Democratic strategists who are raising concerns that it is unwise for Biden to seek re-election for a White House term that would end when he's 86. I mean, right now, the oldest president already under fire for his physical and obvious mental fitness since even before he took office. Now, nary a day goes by where there's not some sort of gap. Go back to last Friday. He appeared to read speaking directions off the teleprompter. Hey, oh boy, you weren't supposed to read that, Mr. President. Don't put it on the teleprompter if he's not supposed to read it out loud. Of course, he fell off the bike during his ride in Delaware a couple weeks ago, and then hopped around in an effort to prove that he wasn't injured. Said the Times reported staffers cringed over the coverage that the bike fall story received. Said many insisted the president is still sharp and inquisitive. I actually gave him the benefit of the doubt on the bike incident because they said if you've never ridden a bike that has those stirrup things that your foot goes into, if your foot, and that's what appeared to happen there. He got his left foot out, and when he tried to get the right foot out, it was stuck in that stirrup, and over he went. Could happen to anyone. Well, with that, the rest, there's no defense of the gaffes, the speaking gaffes. Totally getting lost and having no idea which direction he was going to try to make a point. What was I trying to say? Oh, well. He's literally said that. Oh, well. 10 before the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight
Hey,
Drive.
if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, headed down the home stretch here on a Monday. We get to Chris this morning. Yes, Chris, what's going on?
Hi, Steve. I just wanted to make a comment about this AB 5 law. And I don't think people understand that it's really targeted at the companies. It's not really the owner-operators are going to be out of business, but it's because the broker is outlawed. They're not allowed to let out any kind of work. They have to hire people to do all their work. Which, that lawsuit that they refused, I guess it was a good lawsuit. But all they were asking for was an exemption. They weren't really challenging the law. Sounds like there might be some better lawsuits. But,
I think it's inevitable. There's going to be more. I mean, they're actually California Trucking Association's petitioning the legislature to say, "Hey, you take a re-look at this. What you've done." I mean, if these projections of 70,000 truck drivers actually come to fruition, not being able to drive in California, I mean, can you imagine what a nightmare it's going to be for the freight there?
Oh, it's going to shut down the country. I don't think there is. How can it work? I mean, but I don't know. Is that trucks coming into California? That's the one thing I think is really illegal as hell. If they tell contractors from another state that they can't work in California,
right?
They don't really have jurisdiction over their employment terms. It wouldn't seem like they do to me.
And that's another case. That's a total. And that's probably going to be a lawsuit as well. Yeah, it's pretty much it's burdensome. There was two words, burdensome. I forget what the other was. That states can't pass when it comes to interstate commerce, and it fits both of them.
Right. And a few others that I can think of. They're supposed to respect contracts from another state, and that was the whole thing with gay marriage. Remember, people get married in one state, and the other state had to honor it. And, because that's in the Constitution, as far as I know. But I guess you're about done for the day. I was going to make a comment on killing these cattle. There's a botanist from Africa, and it's kind of interesting. He worked for the Park Service, and they asked him to determine how much cattle a certain amount of land would support. But he found out, they actually kill elephants because of overpopulation over there. But he found out the more elephants they killed, the more desert they were creating. The damn animals were keeping the plants alive. But that's pretty interesting. He gave a TED talk.
Wow.
It's pretty. He's radical.
So the elephant dung was actually keeping the other life going.
Well, that and stomping and eating the grass. He said the worst thing that can happen to a piece of grass is it just grows up and dies, because then it oxidizes and pulls minerals out of the soil and everything. And if something doesn't, trim the grass or stomp it down even, that actually keeps it alive. But these people are out of their minds, what they're doing.
You learn something new every day, and that goes back to the whole unintended consequences thing we were talking about earlier. It looked good on paper, but in reality, maybe we shouldn't have done that. All right, you'll wrap it up for us there on a Monday morning. Chris, thank you for chiming in. Yep, so made it to a Monday. We'll close things out right there, and we'll see you back at the midnight hour for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. it's better from above. But nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep.